right, hello. Jeez, again, good morning, everybody. What is going on with that?
We need to do some voice exercises.
I got some
Ron
tea.
Burgundy style before
You think
the show.
so? La, 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 la. Okay, there we go. Get that hot water in there. See if we can heat those vocal cords up. Good morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports application here on a formal Friday, just 4 days into the week. That's kind of fun. 97.3 HD2, YouTube, etc. Thanks for being with us. We love it. We appreciate you. We really do. It's been awesome just seeing how many people have been finding the show recently in all of those different places. And we get to see that, right? The people that are listening on the radio, people that find us on HD2, the people that find us on YouTube and the podcast and the live stream. It's awesome. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. Perhaps my coughing or whatever you want to call that is in response to the choking that we saw late last night in the Mariner game. That was an unimpressive display late in that one. Really kind of throughout, other than a couple of good at-bats when they got themselves back into it. That was really about it. There wasn't a lot of great stuff to write home about. Good pitching, I guess, through 9, but Colin Snyder didn't love the choice to go to him. Obviously didn't like the execution. I got to tell you, this team's not playing very well. Let's just be straight about it. They're not playing well. They're not playing very well at all right now.
And that's why you kind of said to me yesterday that before this game that it was a big game, right?
Well, I quoted the great Lyle Goldstein, who said that to me, and I agreed with him. No, I 100% agree. That was a big game last night. You got to put games into tiers, okay? So when we say it's a big game, it's not a must-win game. That phrase drives me crazy. You don't get must-win games until really, really late in the year. But that was certainly a game of elevated importance. A game of that was not your average, everyday, middle of May, end of May type of game. You came in not playing very good ball. And you leave not playing very good ball. Mariners aren't playing very well. We've seen the A version of them during this stretch in which they've gone 8-11. We've seen that version, right? We saw it in San Diego. We saw it certainly in the opening game of this Washington series. But overall, over the course of nearly 20 games here, they're not playing good ball. They're playing about 400 baseball. And there haven't been that many games in there where you're like, oh, yeah, they really should have won that game. Like, they haven't played well. Pretty simple. They're not hitting very well. They're not hitting very well. A lot of the stuff that we got excited about early, all those little things. I mean, you saw them again last night, right? They scored 2 runs doing the little things. You know what they didn't do last night? The big things. You got to hit home runs, guys. The little things are cool. They're fun. Everybody likes to talk about it. Oh, look at the RBI ground out. Oh, it's great. He went the other way. Those things are cool. Home runs are better. Walks and home runs win baseball games, along with good starting pitching and good defense. They got, for the most part, the good defense last night. For the most part. I know Tavares kind of had some issues late in the 10th, but for the most part, I thought they got good defense last night. You got to walk, you got to hit home runs, and you got to keep the other team from doing so. And they didn't hit home runs last night. So you lose again. And, look, you're going to have to do something here at some point. You're going to have to take some level of action. I don't know exactly what that looks like today, and we can kind of talk through what we think it should be. I know we'll do open phone lines at 9:30 today. I got a ton of guests to talk to today. We'll let you guys hear Hembo at 6:30 if you missed it yesterday. He was awesome, talking a mile a minute. We might need to slow it down so it fits the whole segment and so that you can actually hear all the gems he was spitting. But we'll talk to Hembo. We'll talk to Brady Henderson. We'll talk to G. We'll talk to Stacy. Like, we'll have a whole bunch of people in here to chat about various things. But I do think it's kind of action time. I don't know exactly what that means today. Right? A couple weeks ago, I think it was after the last homestand, right? We said, okay, off day, action day. You're going to move on from Donovan Solano. Since then, quite frankly, he's hit better. He's raised his OPS over 100 points. Give him credit. It's not enough. He still hasn't hit a home run on the year. But, all right, he's raised his OPS a little bit. I don't know what is going on with Jorge Polanco, but please, For the love of all that is good in the world, stop telling me he's totally healthy. I can't handle it. He's not totally healthy. He can't hit right-handed. He can't play the field. He can't run. And last night he's bunting in the ninth inning. What in the world are we doing here? He's one for his last, 18, 25, something like that? Guys, he's not healthy. Stop pretending he is. And if that's the problem, put him on the IL and let him get healthy. And if that's how you get Cole Young up here, fine. Get Cole Young up here. Stop telling me that he's just fine and he's healthy. He's not. That seems pretty clear and obvious watching the games. I don't like the subterfuge. It's unnecessary. It really is. Maybe it's a Harry Ford thing. He hit another home run last night. You going to bring up Harry Ford and give him a little peek? Maybe. I mean, look, I'm not saying that solves your problems. I don't necessarily think that it is or that it does, but you got to try something. You got to have a little bit of action. It doesn't need to be panic. You don't need to start cutting people. But at some point, you've got to have a level of action. And the fact that Polanco's clearly not right means that you could IL him and give yourself a free look at Cole Young or someone like that in order to check, do it without having to cut somebody and make a drastic decision. It's a temporary decision. It's nice. It's a flexibility decision. It's a non-panic, hey, we're going to try to take a look at this decision. And then you can stick Cole Young or whoever it is down at the bottom of the lineup so there's not a lot of pressure on them. Good. I love that. Let's try it. I'm into trying something today. 206 says, is JP not healthy then? No, I'm not saying that Jorge's not hitting because he's healthy or unhealthy. I'm saying he's not playing. He's not playing the field and hasn't for ages. Looked like he was going to start. Remember, he started hitting right-handed again. And then after a couple of games, obviously something happened because he's not doing that anymore. So if you have the opportunity and he's not hitting, why not use it to throw him on the IL for a couple of weeks and see if you can get something else going? So, no, I'm not angry this morning. I'm not angry. This is the ups and downs of a baseball season. They're not as good as they looked in April. They're not as bad as they look right now. But, look, there's the possibility that what we saw was a hot month. Right? This is kind of the team we thought it was going to be. Kind of, right? He pitched well again last night, at least through regular, the full 9. Yeah, and by the way, I'll give it credit. I've been pretty, I don't want to say critical, but I've questioned a lot of the in-game decisions and moves that Dan has made. I didn't think last night was on Dan. There are plenty of games where I've been like, I don't get that. I didn't think so last night. I thought he did pretty well. He used Mastroboni for Dylan Moore when they brought in the righty. I thought he used his bench pretty well. Still managed to keep Garver there just in case for late in the game. Okay, I thought he managed the game pretty well. I like leveraging the closer in the 9th inning. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. You give yourself another chance to win. He used his leverage arms in a big game, right? I didn't mind him going Aspire, did you? It didn't work. Obviously, James Wood got a hit. But I thought it was the right thing to do to go to Spire there and at least try to go lefty on the best hitter in that lineup in what was going to end up being a crucial spot in the game. I'm okay with that. I am. I thought that was the right move. It didn't work because, again, making the right move doesn't guarantee success. But I thought he did all the right things yesterday until he went to Colin Snyder, who, frankly, I just don't believe in Colin Snyder. That's just me. I guess Legumina hadn't pitched 2 innings the day before, so you couldn't use him. I don't know what was going on. But I thought that was the one. Other than that, I thought Dan managed a really good game last night. It was sort of the inverse of the two Dans. We've talked about how he's like, the in-games are odd, but a lot of the leadership stuff is great. I thought last night was the opposite. I thought the in-game stuff was actually pretty good. And I thought that what he did, not coming out to support JP was bizarre. Where are you? That was bizarre. You're starting shortstop, and one of the guys who's, if he's not a captain, he's certainly one of the leaders of the team, is throwing a temper tantrum out in front of home plate. Generally, you see a manager sprinting out there, get between them, and start yelling at the umpire. Shocked that didn't happen. But that's a couple times we've seen that. Remember last year when Julio had that weird play at third base? And I'm like, I know everyone's mad at Julio about it. Whether or not it was his fault or not, I was shocked in the moment that Dan wasn't out there screaming at the umpire for him. So that just is odd to me. I feel like we got the inverted version of the two Dans last night. I don't know what's going on with that. But you got to do something. Today's probably a day to try to do something. You got to try to start winning some series at home here. You've lost 3 series at home, and you're not hitting the same way. Yep. Yeah. Oh, everyone's upset. Oh, Hancock only had 65 pitches. I don't know. He had walked 2 of the last 3 hitters. Kind of got lucky on the one in between. You have the best hitter in their team up. I feel like absolutely Gabe Spire gives you the best chance there. Lyle, what'd you think there?
Yeah, I thought the process was good. It was just less than ideal results. Gabe's whole, I mean, he's a great reliever in general, but this is a guy that just does not give up hits and, frankly, hard hit balls to lefties. So I get it.
It didn't work. Okay,
Right.
You play the percentages. That's kind of what baseball is. Unfortunately, it didn't work that time. All right, I got to take a quick break. We'll talk about this throughout the morning. We'll talk about kind of what comes next. I'll play you the Hembo stuff coming up at 6:30 rather. It was really, really fun yesterday chatting with him and hearing a lot of the Cal stuff. Man, his thoughts on Julio were pretty intense. So it's all coming up. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a weekend clash of American League Titans this weekend in Soto.
A fair ball in the corner. Julio around third. He's going to score.
2 of only 7 teams with 30 or more wins, both fighting off challengers at the top of their divisions.
Holy smokes.
Mariners, Twins. Wyman and Bob are live at T-Mobile beginning at 2.
This is long gone over Edgar's.
First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss a pitch all weekend on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here, and I know you want to look and feel your best as you head into this new season. Are you tired of the roller coaster of losing weight just to see it all come back again? Maybe you've heard about the new drugs but are concerned with the possible side effects, or you're taking weight loss drugs but also want to learn how to change your lifestyle for long-lasting results. We can help you. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Roland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law. Battle-tested.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get tickets now.
Look, I got a dog.
Ow. To the movie event of the summer.
You sure that's a dog? Yeah.
Rough. This Memorial Day, the summer starts with Stitch.
Adorable little psychopath.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch, rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. Now playing only in theaters.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at Xfinity. You know, change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, we know that change is all around us. Songs are rewritten and remade. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists, well, they come and go. Even our taste in music, as we get older, can change a bit. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will stay the same. And that is the price of your internet. That's right. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Are you surprised? Well, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Now, restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August of 2024. Go check it all out right online at Xfinity.com/deals.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This hour is brought to you by Community Transit.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh boy, not what the Mariners needed yesterday in a pretty crucial May game that probably matters more in terms of how you view the team than in terms of the actual standings. But series loss at home to a mediocre Nationals team coming on the heels of the last few weeks. Probably not what anybody wanted. Leody Taveras was in the middle of basically everything last night. 3 hits, including the first ribby of the game. Tremendous throw that kept it tied in the 8th inning. Give him some credit for the defense and gave the team a couple of chances to win in both the 8th and the 9th. A steal, a caught stealing as well. But then 2 plays he just couldn't make it the wall in the 10th. Cost them a pair of runs. The big one, unfortunately, this double.
And the next offer on the way, swinging a fly ball deep into right field. Taveras going back to the warning track, to the wall, and he leaps up, and it's off the top of the fence. Wood will score. Low rounding third, he will score. Ruiz rounding third, or he's going to stop at third. 2 runs are in.
Yeah, that was a strange play. He missed that ball by like 3 feet. Very strange. I don't know what was going on. He seems like he has a little trouble with the lights. I don't know if that's it. Like T-Mobile seems to, the lights, I don't know what it is in right field. And he's new to the position, so I'm not like giving him a ton of grief, but that was a little bit odd. They had their chances, though. Look, they had a brutal night with runners in scoring position, ended a whole bunch of threats. Arozarena had all kinds of chances.
Runners their leads, and the 2-2 swing and a miss for strike 3. Gore strikes out the side, and the Mariners leave the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, that one sure didn't help. And as I mentioned, JP thrown out for arguing a bad call. Not a good night for the Mariners. Astros lose, so the lead remains half a game in the West. They got 3 with Minnesota starting tonight. Brian Wu on the hill against, I think, Bailey Ober. Aubert, right? Twins, day off yesterday, although they're flying in from Tampa, so kind of a nasty road trip for them.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Huge step last night for our guy, Logan Gilbert. Great to see him in a rehab start in Tacoma. Went 1 2/3, gave up a couple of hits and a run, a couple of walks, probably the biggest problem, but 3 strikeouts. The fastball was in the mid-90s. And the most important thing, no real issues after throwing 45 pitches, though we'll want to see him bounce back today and tomorrow, kind of see what that looks like. I would think he's still going to need at least 1, if not 2 or 3 more outings to get back, but look, Emerson Hancock pitched really well again yesterday. You can afford to wait as long as you need to. Be great, though, to get the ace back on the mound. Joe Doyle on with Bump and Stacy yesterday said, yeah, he's pretty crucial to what they're trying to do.
I'll make this very simple. If Logan Gilbert comes back and he's healthy and he stays healthy and he's the Logan Gilbert that everybody knows, they're going to win the division.
Well, that is about as simple as it could be. And, hey, Logan would really help. I mean, just getting your horse. I think he's been the biggest injury they've had so far. Anybody disagree with that? I mean, like, obviously you lose your right fielder every day. That's tough. And then you lose Luke Raley. Those are sort of concentrated injuries. But Logan's their guy. Like, he's the opening day starter for a reason this year. So for him to be down, I think, does hurt them. Team also made a couple other moves. Casey Lawrence brought back again, brought up for depth. Blas Castano was optioned to AAA. Blake Hunt designated for assignment. And we'll see if more moves are on the way today after a very frustrating loss and a need to maybe show a little action with 6 games left here at home.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken have their guy. They hire Leafs associate coach Lane Lambert to replace Dan Bilesma, the third coach in team history. Lambert does have some time behind the bench. He was the head coach for the Islanders for a while. He coached parts of 2 seasons with actually pretty good record, 61, 46, and 20, with an overall win percentage of about .560. Jordan Eberle was there then, so you got to assume there was some kind of endorsement from the Kraken captain. Also crossed paths with Chandler Stevenson and Philip Grubauer and Andrei Burakovsky, both in Washington and in Colorado. So he's been around the block quite a bit, was a player and was around some really good players, too. I believe he was a roommate of Steve Yzerman's when they were young. So he's been around a lot of people and got some really good endorsements. Barry Trotz, who won a cup in Washington, they were like co-coaches, essentially, for a long time. And legendary GM Lou Lamoriello hired him and has nice things to say. So, yeah, look, I'm happy with the hire because I don't know how many other choices they had. The big names all just said, essentially, not interested. And so this is what's next on the list. We'll see how he does. I'm open-minded. He looks like a hockey coach. He's got the look. Any chance he can bring Mitch Marner with him from Toronto? Maybe they have a good relationship. We'll find out. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk show.
I sent you an article. There was an aspect to that search that I hadn't really thought about. The article was from the Hockey Writers that I think it's really cool that they, have Jessica Campbell in their system. It sounds like she is really well respected and does a good job. But the fact that they wanted to retain her, I guess maybe some coaches were hesitating to it because they wanted to hire their own staff when they came in.
Understandable.
And so because at first when I saw the headline, I was like, oh, people don't want to come there because they have a woman coaching. But it makes sense that maybe that was holding some people back.
I think that's kind of the norm, right?
But I appreciate that they're showing her that much support.
Yeah, none of that. I totally agree on that whole thing. Like, hey, that is nice. It's funny. Remember when she got hired, they kind of had 2 routes they could go with her because she was the assistant head coach in Coachella. Mm-hmm. And they were either going to have her come up and be an assistant coach with Bilesma, or she was going to take over as the head coach of Coachella.
Yeah.
I forget who the head coach is there now. I wondered if maybe that was a way to do it so that she stays in your system and everybody seems to really like what she does, but without necessarily, as you mentioned, inhibiting perhaps another coach from coming in who just wants their people. Who wants people who understand their system up and down. And yeah, I think that's understandable. We'll see where this goes. I don't have a lot of opinion about Lane Lambert. I don't know enough about him yet, but we'll find out. We'll see who he is. He's certainly been around the game a long, long time and been around a lot of the right people. And if he can get this group moving in the right direction, I'll be happy. All right.
We'll see if he's another riveting press conference up guy.
I mean, he's got to be a step up, certainly, from Hackstall. I thought Bilesma was pretty good. I had no problems with Bilesma as a press conference guy.
Pretty,
but hockey coaches are they're pretty buttoned up in general. He'll be telling us about upper body injuries and lower body injuries and whatnot. He'll give us more than Dan does. Dan doesn't say anything. So, a hockey coach might be an upgrade there. All right, coming up next, if you missed any Hembo yesterday, you got to hear this guy. He is ESPN producer, co-host, baseball savant, etc. And he had a lot to say about these Mariners. Stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
It's a weekend clash of American League Titans this weekend in Soto.
Hey, fair ball in the corner. Julio around third. He's going to score.
2 of only 7 teams with 30 or more wins, both fighting off challengers at the top of their divisions.
Holy smokes.
Mariners, Twins. Wyman and Bob are live at T-Mobile beginning at 2.
This is long gone over Edgar.
First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss a pitch all weekend on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime.
Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. The Mariners are back in action at T-Mobile Park, and you could be there for big moments all summer long with a Flex membership. Flex plans are perfect for fans who want the freedom to choose their games and seats as they go, while still enjoying all the perks of being a member, like saving 10% or more on tickets with no fees, unlocking access to exclusive pre-sales and year-round discounts, and so much more. Join the squad today at mariners.com/flex.
Cal Raleigh wins it in the 10th inning for the Mariners.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Invite you guys to a fabulous show. I'm happy to be a part of it today. How's it going?
Well, it's going great. I thought maybe, but we want to ask you about Cal and we want to ask you about Munoz and some of the other stuff you've been talking about recently. But for those who aren't as familiar, could you kind of give your story a little bit of kind of who you are and how you got going with Greeny and with Buster, et cetera?
Sure thing. I'll give you the elevator pitch. So I've been at ESPN for more than 10 years now, and not soon after I arrived, it became fairly obvious fairly quickly that my passion for baseball was going to enable me to have opportunities that I only dreamed of when I was younger, as you might imagine. So I've been on the pod with Buster for 7-8 years now, and originally linked up with Greeny back in the Mike and Mike days. And as you now know, I produce Get Up, which is our morning television show, and have since the day that it launched in 2018. But I'll be honest with you, I'm just a baseball knower, a baseball lover, and for as much football as we talk, and for as much NBA as we talk, baseball is my love, first, last, and always. And so I always appreciate the fact that you guys amplify my stuff, and love digging into some Mariners today. I'd imagine that you guys are you're immersed in a pretty fun season, and this is my way of saying I don't really want to talk about myself that much more. So I'll rely on you to provide your listeners my bona fides. But honestly, I just want to talk ball and not talk Hembo.
Have we crossed paths, Hembo, when you were taping a Buster podcast back in the day before I left to jump to Fox? Did we ever share studio space together back there in Bristol?
I don't believe so, because I think if we had, you very likely would not have invited me on this show, because I'm sure you would have had a negative experience. Gotcha. But our paths may have crossed in terms of timeline, but I don't know that we've ever, aside from maybe 2 Ships in the Night and the ESPN path, legendarily, aside from that, I don't believe so. I could be mistaken, though.
So how good is Cal?
He is absolutely phenomenal. There is no question in my mind that you are watching every single night the best catcher on earth. I think that is clear and obvious at this point. I want to say coming into the season, I do these top 10 rankings every year in the offseason with Buster, and I want to say I still had Cal third behind William Contreras and Adley Rutschman, and right now he's twice the player that they are, even combined. He's phenomenal. There are very few catchers that I've ever seen that have the ability to impact winning in multiple ways the way that he is right now. Now, that's not to suggest that he's going to necessarily triple the production that we've seen from the first third of the season, but candidly, he doesn't even have to. If Cal Raleigh merely plays the back of his baseball card the rest of the season, the head start that he has provided himself provides him a really good chance to be an MVP finalist and to be considered clearly and obviously the best catcher in the game. I think the reason why the national perception of him is not yet to this point, aside from us, of course, not watching him every day the way that you do, is because he's so brilliant, it's boring. You know, there are certain catchers who, you know, pop off the page when it comes to their StatCast metrics. There are certain catchers whom we love because they have the 1-8 pop time consistently, and they might look a little bit more flashy or brilliant. Cal Raleigh is kind of boring, but it's brilliant. That's the kind of baseball player that I like. I'm going to play 162 times, by the way, something that no catcher does, and I'm going to bang, and behind the plate, I'm going to manage a pitching staff really effectively because I can block it, I can frame it, and these guys have built up a good relationship with me over the years, and that to me is one way in which Cal Raleigh's impact value cannot be captured in WAR. WAR is simply put not a satisfactory calculation when it comes to the impact of him and other catchers like him. Yadier Molina is another really good, somewhat recent example. And Cal Raleigh right now is a better hitter than he ever was. And so I think you're looking at a player who I think conservatively we can say right now is the best catcher on earth, clearly and obviously, and on this current trajectory is going to be a finalist for the MVP. Unfortunately, Aaron Judge is acting like Babe Ruth at the moment.
Compare and contrast him to Salvi Perez.
So without destroying Salvador Perez, who might be putting the finishing touches on a career worthy of Hall of Fame consideration, truthfully, there is no comparison. Cal Raleigh at his peak, which right now he is immersed in, is a demonstrably better baseball player than Salvador Perez was. And that's not my opinion. It's a statement of fact because Salvador Perez was never close to the defender when it comes to the all-encompassing nature of his game as Cal Raleigh is right now, nor was Salvador Perez at the apex of his powers from an offensive standpoint catching every single day. The year in which he broke the single-season catcher home run record, he didn't catch nearly close to every day. I think he caught like somewhere between 110 and 120 times that season. I don't have the numbers directly in front of me, which is probably stunning for you to hear me say. But Cal Raleigh's going to catch 120 times this year. He's going to play 160 times, and that's the big difference. The thing that we do, I think, nefariously, erroneously, is we look at a player's production in totality and they say, oh, yeah, they're a primary catcher, which means you got to play 81 times there. But, guys, you know as well as I do, the taxing nature of that position means if you're producing in the games in which you're playing there and not merely in the games where you're also DHing, which, of course, was a huge part of Salvador Perez's record-breaking season. That is the genius of Cal Raleigh. The fact that he's doing this behind the plate and he's doing it 4 out of 5 nights. That's the genius. When you look at the course of baseball history, some of the greats, they're the ones that were behind the plate every single time in which they played. And that, to me, is what Cal Raleigh's doing. He's not a bat who's masquerading as a catcher half the time. No, he's a catcher who's masquerading as one of the best hitters on earth right now.
You know, it's funny, Hembo, because you bring that up, and in a lot of ways I get it. It's a positive. And by the way, oddly, his numbers as a DH are not good. Like he's like Samson with his haircut. I mean, like his whole game does not seem to translate, at least this year, as a DH. But while I agree that is more impressive, is it the best thing for the team for him to catch and play that often? You know, you look at I've just spent a few minutes looking at some of the numbers of great catchers over the years, and their September numbers do tend to drop. Should they be playing him that often or not?
I think they should be because I think he's capable of it. Every player has, as you well know, various degrees of bandwidth. Maybe the reason why the Royals decided to deploy Salvador Perez that way is because he didn't have the fortitude. He did not have the bandwidth to do it as often as Cal Raleigh is doing it. Any number of other examples we would provide ourselves throughout the course of baseball history. But this guy is a little bit different. He's built differently, best I can tell. And look, maybe in September, I'm going to look like an idiot because maybe his production tails off. But there's also no obvious way that we can know in which his production, which perhaps might tail off, is in any way dovetail to the fact that he's catching so frequently now. There are any number of variables and so few constants that we can point to if and when that happens. I think value is produced on a daily basis, and what makes him so valuable is the boring, is the repetitive. My favorite record in the history of baseball is 26-32. It's Cal Ripken Jr.'s consecutive game streak. The enormous value that he provides is the fact that every single day you know where he's going to be. And that enables your manager to have so much more flexibility because you're making 8 decisions instead of 9. And so perhaps I'm wrong about this, but I think one way in which we can provide value to the team on a daily basis is that consistency, is that monotony. And that's exactly what Cal Raleigh does every single day.
Wow, look at this guy. You just wind him up, Salk, and he just goes. He loves his baseball.
In fairness, I have a workout plan for right after this, and as you can probably tell, I already took my free, and so I probably should have done that after our call.
Is Hembo Greek? Are you Greek?
I'm Greek, yeah, man.
The Greek,
man. Hembekides. Anytime you get a 10-letter ES ending and there's a K mixed in, it's a dead giveaway.
I figured it. I just didn't want to assume.
Yeah.
I mean, you're the Greek freak of baseball. He is Hembo. So let me just tee you up on another guy. There's 10 minutes on Cal. How about Andres Munoz and what he's done to begin this season?
The best closer in baseball. I mean, the pitch mix is filthy. When you're running it basically 2 feet arm side on your two-seamer, and then you're breaking it, you know, 1.5 feet vertically to your glove side, it puts hitters in such a challenging bind. And the way in which he tunnels his pitches at the bottom half of the zone makes it so challenging to square up because whatever contact you can create, even if it's hard contact, you're just driving that baseball straight into the ground. And the way that I put it on Buster's podcast a couple weeks back, again, the monotony of the season, the consistent nature of pitchers, of position players. You're playing an 8-inning game right now with Andres Munoz as your closer, and that's enormously valuable because it enables every single one of your other relief pitchers to play up. You know, there's this notion when it comes to starting pitchers and how you deploy them that every inning they can provide you throughout the course of a season improves your bullpen ERA at least by a little bit the next day and even more the day after that. And the way that Andres Munoz can be deployed is that in reverse, because what you're doing is you're working backwards rather than how can I get to the 9th inning? No, how can I get to the 8th? Because you know what your 9th inning is going to look like, and you very likely know that he's going to put up zeros. The fact that he's willing to and able to in the offseason deploy new pitches and experiment with his craft demonstrates to me that he has an enormous amount of aptitude, and that's so impressive because we see so many pitchers max out, and then they say, okay, once the league has adjusted back to me, then it's just my good versus your good, and very often that's how relievers and their volatility will tail off over the course of time. But the fact that he has the ability to adjust back, that shows enormous maturity from someone whose stuff is just diabolical.
Yeah,
so, look, at some point he's going to give up a couple runs. But in a playoff context, I can't imagine handing the ball to anybody and feeling more confident than I would in Andres Munoz this season.
Yeah, it's funny. He's been hurt, and so he's not all the way back yet. But when healthy, you can make an argument anyway that Brash has even better stuff than Munoz.
Yeah. That's the I think the best kept secret right now about the Mariners is that the thing that we thought for sure we knew was that it was going to be an outstanding pitching staff is not the case so far, and yet you're still 6 games over. And that's why you should feel and your fans should feel so incredibly optimistic because some of your highest powered arms right now are on the shelf and you're still managing to tread water. And that ultimately, as you well know, is a sign of a great team. It's not how good is your good. It's how good is your bad. How good is your ordinary? How good are you when you don't have every person rowing in the same direction? And right now, the Mariners are generally speaking, managing to tread water despite that injury, despite the Logan Gilbert setback. And most teams could not absorb the kind of injuries like this. One of your best starters, one of your best relievers all at once. But they've done a good enough job at stacking volume, high volume of good enough, average to good players, and over the course of 162, that enables your roster to play out.
So it's funny you bring up sort of how good is your bad, and that's been some of the conversation about Julio this year, that his slow start has not been as slow as it's been at times in the past. But, you know, still just waiting for that superstar player to emerge. Do you have a feeling or a comp on who Julio is?
I don't have a top-of-head comp, but I do have a strong feeling. And that feeling is that he is either being instructed to hit incorrectly or he's not adhering to advice that he's currently getting from Edgar Martinez and the rest of the staff. And I want to make it clear. You're much closer to it than I am. I'm seeing this from the opposite coast many times the day after, seeing highlights, watching swings, looking at stats. But there is no reason why that guy should not be a way better hitter. You know it. I know it. And we know for sure that he's able to accumulate WAR because the legs are so good, because the glove is so good. And so the floor is a 5 or 6 WAR player. But we know the reason we dream on him is because the ceiling's an 8 or 10 WAR player. And there's no obvious reason to believe, based on the bat speed, and based on any of the other sort of go nuclear times that we've seen him go on, that he can't put it together. But when I say that he's either not adhering to coaching or they're coaching the wrong things, is because it's very clear based on the numbers that he is timing the fastball to go to right center and timing the breaking ball to yank it. And that is without casting aspersions, is an elementary way of approaching hitting for a player of his stature. What Julio Rodriguez should be doing is for lack of a better term, positioning his barrel based upon the pitch location and not the pitch height. What he's doing is for lack of a better term, imagine 2 pitches going exactly down the middle. The first is a fastball. His timing is such where he's hitting that ball into the ground because it's beating him to the spot, for lack of a better term. The same pitch, a breaking ball, he's pulling that pitch. And the reason why that's an ineffective strategy for Julio Rodriguez is because the pull side power is so enormous, and when he can get on plane with fastballs to the pull side, he's one of the best hitters on the planet. He's just not doing it hardly at all. So even if you don't even take into account his chasing nature, his swing decisions, it needs to be a location-driven swing and not a pitch-type-driven swing. And perhaps the reason he does it this way is because he doesn't have good pitch recognition, and that could be something that they could work on him throughout the course of time. But all the metrics suggest he should be way better, and what the numbers say to me is that the way in which he attacks the baseball is backwards. He needs to be aiming for location and not for pitch type.
What did you say your pre-workout mix is?
I think this is some C4. And right now look. I mean, who among us hasn't spoken about the way that Julio Rodriguez goes to his pull side and had the hair on the back of our necks stand up from time to time.
I got a text here that says, "Awesome interview so far, guys. Make it a policy that all of your guests take a pre-workout before coming on. We may get more of this before it's said and done."
Okay, so last thing for me, Hembo, what do you want to see the Mariners do over the next 30 to 50 days? Right, half game up in the American League West, as you said, kind of treading some water, and then some have done some really great things individually. What would you like them to do over the next, 30 to 50 days to get us back into these playoffs and become possibly a World Series contender?
I would like to see them add an infielder. I just don't think the present construction of the lineup, specifically the infield, is satisfactory enough. There are too many easy outs in the bottom third of the order. I think they do need one more professional hitter, and I think that's going to have to come via the trade market. The good thing is that, as you well know, your system's loaded, freaking loaded. And so you actually have the ability to trade from the depth of your minor league system, and even if that means you're punting on service time and years of control for a rental, you can afford to do it. The 2 names that I wrote down in advance of our conversation today are Brandon Lau of the Rays. You guys obviously consummated that trade for Arozarena last year, so the relationship is there. He's mashing. He can play multiple positions in the infield, big-time lefty power bat. And the second name I wrote down is Bo Bichette, obviously a very different kind of player, someone who you could probably play at second or at third if you needed to, of course, in a pinch, and is a much more of a opposite field hit for contact type guy. And even though both players are rentals, in my judgment, you don't really want to trade for somebody with a bunch of years of control, given the fact that there are so many studs that play the infield in your system. And so from the perspective of looking long term, like the last thing that I would want to do would be to block those guys. The last thing I want to do is acquire an infielder with a bunch of years left on his contract, for lack of a better term. And so I think Bo Bichette, again, just as examples, as proxies, and Brandon Lau are both examples of players that I think the Mariners could add, coupled with the inevitability of the return of some of these pitchers we've discussed, I think put you in pole position to win the American League West.
I like those names. Lau was on my list today as well. Bichette's always been on my list, but I just never been 100% convinced they'll trade him. A couple others, I'm curious if you like any of these names for the Mariners, because I think they could also have a little flexibility in the outfield as well. Cedric Mullins, Ryan O'Hearn, Rhys Hoskins, if Milwaukee were to fall out. I even brought up Isaiah Kiner-Falefa as a possibility in the infield. Any of those jump out to you?
Yes, I mean, any and all. It's going to come down to how from the perspective of prospects capital, how far Jerry Dipoto is willing to go. Also, just demonstrated by the fact that we've just rifled off a bunch of names here. It's going to be the market for position players on the move is going to be glutty. It's going to be vast and wide. It's going to be pitchers that are going to be more difficult to obtain, which is why I think that Baltimore is a fairly interesting potential trade partner, because Felix Bautista would look awfully good in the back of a bullpen with Andres Munoz. And I can imagine consummating a deal in which you acquire one bat and him on the back end of your bullpen, and all of a sudden you've improved your team in multiple ways considerably. And so I'm just throwing this at, like, I don't know if you guys, how strongly you feel, pardon my ignorance, about potentially moving Harry Ford, considering Cal Raleigh's banging and Cal Raleigh's locked up to a long-term deal. But that's the kind of package for which I would be willing to move Harry Ford, because if you have the ability to improve your team in multiple ways in one trade, all of a sudden, now I'm willing to move a top 100 prospect.
It's great stuff. People wondering if C4 stands for coffee, caffeine, and crack cocaine. I don't think so. No, it's just a little more natural than that, I think. But I'm not necessarily the expert on that. Hembo,
look, you're the Pacific Northwest guys. That's your milieu. That's not mine.
Exactly right. All right, man. Hey, appreciate it. This was great. Please, let's do it again. Love all of your stuff on the Mariners, and keep tagging us in it, because it's fun to share it, and it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, boys. I'm going to go work out now.
All right, there you go. That was Hembo from Buster's podcast and Mike Greenberg show and everything else. And I thought he was great yesterday. We'll come back to some of that stuff on Julio at 8 o'clock. Man, Julio's defense has been so good, but the bat, you're just kind of waiting for that thing to occur, and yeah, just hasn't. Some of the text coming in, a few people jumping in on the Dan JP thing from yesterday. 253 says, yeah, Dan not sticking up for JP wasn't cool at all. 206 saying, Salk, I listened to the game last night as per usual, so I didn't see it. But then I looked at the replay because I remember them saying Dan came out, and it appears he did. So I'm not getting your rant about him not going out to support his player. He did come out. I'm not saying he didn't come out at all. But it was more of like, once it was well over and done, he kind of came over and just kind of walked away with JP. I was expecting him to have some conversation with the umpire in that moment. Usually, again, there's no right way to do this. And I'm not saying he did it wrong. I don't know all the details of what happened. But generally what I'm accustomed to is in that moment, manager comes out, gets the player away, and then turns around and deals with the umpire for him. And starts, making that point. And generally, if you get thrown out, so what? So a manager gets thrown out. I kind of would have liked to have seen Dan get thrown out again there. I think there was absolutely cause for it. Terrible call. Feel free. Feel free to go crazy there in that moment. Yeah, Dan doesn't seem that's not really who he is in general. He's a pretty calm, mild-mannered guy. So obviously you want to be true to who you are. He's not fiery like Aaron Boone. He's not fiery like, his former manager, Lou Piniella. That's not his personality. That's okay. But I thought that was sort of a cause yesterday, or an opportunity to, try to help fire the team up a little bit and get right in there and get yourself thrown out. I wouldn't have had a problem with that at all. All right. The Mariners are in a little trouble right now. They are. They're in a little trouble. They've won 8 of their last 19 games. They've gone 8-11 during that stretch since that homestand started against Toronto. They've lost 3 straight series here at home. They did. Thank God they swept the Padres, because that's sort of the one thing holding this up. If that's just a regular series win, you're looking at 7-12, and now you got yourself a pretty big problem on your hands. What's going on? Why aren't they performing the way they were? Is this just the ups and downs of the season? Is this something more than that? And is there an opportunity to try to do something? Well, we'll discuss together next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garver to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Saturday night, June 14th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, June 14th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here with special guest Ryan Roland Smith, and we love having Hyphen on the show to talk a little baseball, but today, talking about something a bit more personal, yet really exciting. Hyphen, share all the good news.
Thanks, Mike. Look, I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan and how you lost a ton of weight. I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds in just 60 days, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Well, I'm happy for you. What's been the best part of the program so far?
Honestly, how simple it's been. There's no crazy exercises, no counting calories or scary shots or injections, no side effects or any of that stuff. I feel healthier, I'm sleeping better, I'm eating delicious meals, and the accountability plus communication from the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic team has made it fun.
Man, that is awesome, buddy. Would you recommend it?
Yes. To anyone listening, I was in your shoes. Just schedule a 15-minute consult at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. It's all you have to do to start.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Evan Cohen here. La Quinta by Wyndham is deeply grateful for all our military members, veterans, and their families. They understand the dedication, sacrifice, and hard work that comes with serving our country. As a thank you, La Quinta offers 12% off standard rates, upgraded Wyndham Rewards, Gold Status membership, and preferred parking. They want to make sure your stay is as comfortable and rewarding as possible, and they're proud to serve those who serve. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Visit LQ.com to learn more about these special military perks and discounts. Restrictions apply.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, that was not a good game for the Mariners yesterday, and I think the question is, what category does it go into? It's not your average everyday game. I think we had a conversation yesterday, and I felt strongly. I agreed with what Lyle said. I think Brock agreed, Moore agreed. We all did. That, yeah, last night was a little more important. Said that going in. That's your opportunity to win the series, kind of get back on track, right? 9-10, and your last 19 looks a little different from 8-11. And you win that game last night, beat another ace in Mackenzie Gore, and you start to say, all right, good, right? Like, now you got a couple more series here at home, kind of start to get that momentum going again. And instead, I got to tell you, that's a bad loss. It's not a must-win game or anything. That would be ridiculous on May 30th for a team that's in first place. I mean, that's nonsense. It's not a must-win. Come back and win tonight and tomorrow and beat Minnesota and win 2 or 3 in a row, and you immediately erase whatever you saw from that game last night or from this series or really even from these last 19, 20 games. But I think it does kind of affect how you're viewing this team right now. At least it does for me. Losing another series, that's 3 in a row at home. You didn't play great on the road outside of San Diego. I mean, thank God they played really well in San Diego and pitched their butts off, right? They only allowed 3 runs in that whole series. They needed that because then they go to Chicago, didn't play great, but that team's awful. And then eventually to Houston where you lose 3 out of 4 and then 2 out of 3 to a bad Washington team. Ugh, right? That gives you a little ugh. There's a lot of ugh in there. And, you know, again, like, you're not hitting. And I think some of that familiarity, right, starts to creep back in. Is that really the problem with this team, is that they still can't really hit? Yeah, I think they've got some problems hitting. I've always kind of thought this is what they would look like, right? Never really believed that this team was going to hit as well as it did in, you know, for that month in April and into May, because that's not really who they are. And as much as the narrative is great of like, hey, hitting coaches can just turn them into great hitters, that's not generally been the reality throughout all of the years of baseball. Hitting coaches are great. I'm not saying they're irrelevant, but they're not. They don't generally take a team of okay hitters and turn them into great ones. That's really hard for them to do. They can simplify things, they can give them information, but they can't execute for the players. And so, you know, when they've regressed, and they've regressed here over the last month, yeah, there's got to be some, I think, action taken. Now, I don't know exactly what that is today, but I would like to see a sign that this is being taken seriously. This is, to me, at this point now, 20 games, a little bit more than a blip. This isn't one bad game. It's not one bad series. This is a little bit more than a blip. This is actually, I think, a call for some action. Now, it doesn't mean I want to start cutting people. Doesn't mean I want to start DFAing people and moving on and giving up on everybody. But I think you've got some opportunities, potentially one big one with Jorge Polanco, to try to just show that you can do something a little bit different. Polanco's really in rough shape right now. I mean, he's not playing the field. He's not hitting from the right side. He's clearly in some rough shape. Is this your opportunity to... Has he won for his last 28? That's what Brock sent over last night.
I just looked. I thought he was 0 for his last 21.
Well, that might be true, too. Guys, that's a little bit more than a scuffle, especially when you came in to play he was going to play the field and going to hit right-handed, and then all of a sudden that turned around again, and he's not back in the field, and he's not hitting right-handed. Like, come on. I think that's time for a little bit of action. And what does that mean? Hey, that's an opportunity to bring up Cole Young. It's an opportunity to bring up Harry Ford. right? It's an opportunity maybe to put a guy in Jorge Polanco on the IL and let him rest for a couple of weeks. See if you can move on from 1 for 28 and bring in somebody else who can help. Yeah. Okay, I'm into that. Again, this isn't panic time. This isn't, oh my God, this team stink. That's ridiculous. But it's, hey, things have not been going well here for 20 games. That's enough of a portion of the season that I think it's time to recognize it and take some action on it. I'm not freaking out today. I'm not telling you, oh my gosh, things are awful. But some of the holes in the offense that I think we were all worried about when the season began have reared their ugly head. And you're waiting on Logan and you're waiting on Bryce, and like George still isn't exactly who he can be. So this might be an opportunity. View it as an opportunity to take stock in it and see if there's a chance to get somebody up here who could help and give him a little life. And oh, by the way, if it's a Cole Young who's just destroying the ball right now, absolutely what do you have, 5 hits 2 nights ago? He had another hit or 2 last night. He's hitting the ball hard. He's hitting the ball well. He is on fire right now. You don't have to bring him up and hit him leadoff, right? You don't have to bring him up and put him in the middle of the lineup. Bring him up and let him hit 9th. Right? Like, you have the opportunity, I think, to do that. And I would be in favor of seeing something like that now. I don't want to panic. Don't want to overreact. But I do think that there's an opportunity here to do something. Let's see. We got who did I want to play? Oh, Joe Doyle, who was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy, did talk a little bit about Cole Young and his readiness.
So when will I think they see him? I don't think you'll see Cole Young for probably another couple of weeks. Get this kid, more than 20 games of a hot streak. It's his first look at Tacoma. I think he's still 21, 22 years old. So I think if you do this kind of tear for 2-3 more weeks, I think there's a good chance you see Cole Young in a week and a half, 2 weeks from now.
Yep. I think it's time, maybe even a week. If it's just a matter of a week and a half, 2 weeks, maybe now's the time. Just because of what is going on at the major league level. Again, that's not panic move. I know there's DFA, Garver, DFA. Okay. I mean, to me, that would maybe be going a little farther than I think they need to. But I don't think that you'd be crazy to just want to bring up a bat, especially if you look, something's obviously wrong with Polanco. Let's stop pretending that there isn't. He's not hitting. He's not playing the field. This guy was supposed to play third base every day. I'm happy he's not. I don't think he's a third baseman. But he's not playing the field at all. Once Williamson came up, the idea was, okay, he'll move over to second base. He's not playing second. He's not playing third. He's not hitting against lefties. Last night he was bunting against the lefty because I think that was the only thing he could do. And that's putting you in a pretty tough spot. So if he's not hitting, he's not playing the field, and he's obviously not 100% healthy, why not put him on the IL and bring up somebody who might give you a little bit of a spark?
Do you think the Mariners are thinking about what Harry Ford's value is highest at, and that's playing into it?
I don't know.
Because if he comes up in DHs and has a tough 20 games, and then he's not catching for a month straight, does that decrease his value?
I think that's a perfectly valid reason not to bring him up. If they're planning on trading Harry Ford, whatever you've got to do to maximize that value, I think I'm okay with. Especially, he's going to come up, be a backup catcher. He's going to, I'd like to see Cole Young up, but I'm not under any illusions that he's going to come up and hit 400 for them and spark them to, a run of 20 straight. I just kind of want to see what that looks like and some of the positional flexibility that gives you with a second baseman every day. I would rather see Cole Young at bats than Miles Mastrobuoni at bats. That's just me right now. I think there's an opportunity to do some of that. Yeah, last night was a killer, man. That's a tough loss. It is. That's a tough loss. You got to call him like you see him. That's a tough loss. It's not a must-win loss. It doesn't end the season. You get an opportunity against a pretty good Minnesota team now to bounce right back and erase it. But you got to start taking advantage of some of that. Now, good news, again, the AL West kind of stinks. You still have a half-game lead in the division that's down from a few games a week or so ago because you haven't played your best. I don't think any team in this division is going to run away with it. Houston's okay, right? Texas has all kinds of problems, it sure looks like. And then obviously the A's and Angels are in kind of a different category. So I don't think anyone's running away with the division. You're now into the second third of the season, right? You're past Memorial Day. Last night was literally the first game of the second third of the season. And I think what we're seeing 1/3 of the way in is that you got a good baseball team, but it needs some help. It's time for the maneuvering, right? It's time to take stock of what you've seen and what you've got and maneuver around a little bit. It's a good team. It's got a good base. What Cal's doing is otherworldly, thank God. You're getting some contributions. You got a good nucleus here, and you're getting Logan healthy, and you're getting Bryce healthy. Like, great. The bullpen is, oh my gosh, how good was Brash last night? I don't know how anybody hits it ever. And then Munoz filthy. So, you've got a lot of those right pieces. I think it's time to supplement some of them because I don't think you can withstand a whole lot more series losses at home, especially the way they have here over the last 3. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. We got some football to talk today as well. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a weekend clash of American League Titans this weekend in Soto.
Hey, fair ball in the corner. Julio around third. He's going to score.
2 of only 7 teams with 30 or more wins, both fighting off challengers at the top of their divisions.
Holy smokes.
Mariners, Twins. Wyman and Bob are live at T-Mobile beginning at 2.
This is long gone over Edgars.
First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss a pitch all weekend on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Introducing frequent flights between Boeing Field and a private terminal at Portland Airport. Seaport Airlines is transforming travel with convenience, comfort, and free parking just steps from your plane. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Warm Beach and Black Diamond Christian Camps remind parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Warm Beach and Black Diamond Christian Camps, Washington's premier camp, conference, and retreat facilities, online at warmbeach.com and blackdiamond.org.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem.
Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
My teacher is the best because she gives us pajama day.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan. Believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I was not what the Mariners needed last night. Critical, not quite critical, but a crucial May game that probably, I think, as I said, matters more in terms of how you view the team than in terms of how they're actually, handling themselves in the standings, etc. It's a series loss at home to a pretty mediocre National squad, and it comes on the heels of the last few weeks. And now the team 8-11 here over their last 19, and it came in a kind of brutal way, right? Leota Taveras in the middle of just about everything yesterday, had 3 hits, first RBI of the game, some really good at bats, a great throw that kept the game tied. I thought that was one of the biggest plays of the game.
Raz trying to get himself out of a jam, swinging a line drive, base hit into right field. Low to third, he's going to be waved in. Up with the ball, Taveras. The throw to the plate, Cal with the catch, the tag, and out at home is low.
It was a great throw. It was a really nice play by Cal, too, to catch that ball almost on a short hop, turn around, make the tag, had him dead to rights. Heck of a play by both of them, and it gave them opportunities to win the game in both the 8th and the 9th, but unfortunately not able to get much going. You get to the 10th. I don't know that Colin Snyder would have been my choice, but at that point you'd used all your leverage relievers, so it's really a Snyder versus Legumina call there. And again, I would go with Legumina, but if you're going to go with Snyder, fine. Both of them have now given up leads here or given up moments in the last week, and unfortunately it went very poorly for Mr. Snyder. Gives up 7 runs in the 10th, and they lose 9-3. J.P. Crawford thrown out. Dan Wilson looking for the most part at the bright side.
Always tough to lose it in the extra innings. Good ball game.
Our guys really fought to the end, I thought.
They did. He also, some criticism this morning on the text line. I will disagree that I would defend Dan on his decision to take out Hancock in the 6th inning. He'd not thrown a lot of pitches, but it was the 3rd time through the lineup. He'd walked 2 already in the inning. They had a lefty in the pen who you trust in a big leverage situation in Spire, and you got by far their best hitter coming up in James Wood. I would have absolutely made the same move Dan did. He explained it.
I mean, I think, Wood has been very hot, and he swung the bat well, and our bullpen was very rested, and with Gabe out there, who's thrown the ball so well for us, that was, we thought that was a spot for him right there, and I thought Emerson, it was a tough one because he was continuing to throw the ball well, but just felt with that matchup, it was a good time to do it.
I think that's well said and well handled. Again, the execution didn't work. That doesn't mean the process was necessarily the problem. Minnesota now in for 3 starting tonight. Wu will get the call. Twins did have an off day yesterday, but man, they're flying in from Tampa, so hopefully there's an opportunity to take advantage of them being a little tired here on a weird road trip.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Big step and some really good news last night. Logan Gilbert made his first rehab start in Tacoma. Goes 1 2/3, gives up a couple of hits and a run on 2 walks. Did strike out 3, so that's the good news. Even better. Fastball in the mid-90s, even better. No real health issues. Did throw 45 pitches and threw a couple of breaking pitches that I thought looked pretty nasty on the video. Anyway, you got to have him bounce back, and he's probably going to need at least one more start before you see him back with the big league club. But, man, that would be huge. I do think that's the biggest injury they've suffered this year, and a chance to get Logan back would be a huge deal. A couple other smaller moves. Casey Lawrence brought back up for some depth in that pen. Blas Castano was optioned to AAA. Catcher Blake Hunt designated for assignment. So they did make some moves yesterday. I do wonder if today is a day to make more of them. Could you see a bat brought up and maybe something going on with somebody like Jorge Polanco, who's just clearly not right? Had to hit from the right side last night and had to bunt in the late inning situation, which is not his game. So I don't know what's going on there, but I do think it's an opportunity to maybe bring somebody up in his stead.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken have their guy. They hire Leafs associate head coach Lane Lambert. He's going to replace Dan Bilesma. He will be the 3rd coach in team history. He's been a head coach before with the Islanders. Jordan Eberle was there then, so he's got some relationship, you would think, with the Kraken captain. And had some success, 61, 46, and 20, an overall win percentage of .559. That's not bad. And he's been around some of the other guys on this roster, Stevenson, Grubauer, Burakovsky. They've all crossed paths. So that is, we'll see where it goes. I don't know a lot about Lane Lambert. I know he's from a very small town in Saskatchewan. That's about the extent of it. So we'll see. We'll get to know him a little bit better here in the course of the next year. And, man, I was watching the hockey last night. Edmonton eliminates Dallas, and really, Connor McDavid is just insane. He's so freaking fast. He's so good. And so we're going to get a rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final. But I don't know if you were watching this. The Stars gave up 2 goals real quick in that game on the first 2 shots. And Pete DeBoer, their coach, yanks the goalie, Jake Ottinger, who's one of the best goalies in the game. Any list of the top 5 goalies includes Ottinger, probably the top 3. He's tremendous goalie. He yanks him after 2 goals. Okay, fine. I get it. You're trying to wake your team up. It doesn't necessarily work. Listen to the explanation afterwards where he just backs the bus right back over him.
Well, anytime you pull a goalie, there's the reasoning's always to try and spark your group. So that was the number 1 reason. We had talked endlessly in this series about trying to play with the lead. And obviously we were in a 2-0 hole right away. And you know what, I didn't take that lightly and I didn't blame it all on Jake. But, the reality is if you go back to last year's playoffs, he's lost 6 to 7 games to Edmonton. And we gave up 2 shots on 2 goals in an elimination game. So, it was partly to spark our team and wake them up, and partly, knowing that, status quo had not been working, and that's a pretty big sample size.
Jeez, I don't know, man. That feels like a death knell to your team. You want to go to war with your franchise goalie? I don't understand that one at all. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Mariners, of course, continue the homestand tonight. Twins and then Orioles coming in as well. You can look forward to K-pop fireworks night, Bark in the Park, Pride Month, Mariners value games all throughout the rest of these 6. Mariners fans can purchase tickets for all those games during the homestand at mariners.com/tickets. All right, we're going to shift gears for a little bit. We'll come back. I want to talk Julio at 8 o'clock. But before we get there, I was chatting with Mr. Brady Henderson, and I'd like to get some of his opinions, on what we're going to see next week when we've got some open practices. Oh, you know what I should tell you guys? Shame on me. I didn't even mention it. Tuesday, Mike McDonald will be on the show. I just totally forgot to say it. That's on me. I'm sorry. Mike McDonald, head coach, your Seattle Seahawks, going to join the show on Tuesday at 9:30, kind of as they have open OTAs next week. So a little bit more of an opportunity for the media to see. Brady, of course, will be out there. What does he think is happening this year? And is there an opportunity to make one more big move to improve this offseason? We'll ask Brady about that next.
It's a weekend clash of American League Titans this weekend in Soto.
Hey, fair ball in the corner. Julio around third. He's going to score.
2 of only 7 teams with 30 or more wins, both fighting off challengers at the top of their divisions.
Holy smokes.
Mariners, Twins. Wyman and Bob are live at T-Mobile beginning at 2.
This is long gone over Edgar.
First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss a pitch all weekend on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
Man, I saw the commercial on TV. Was it last night for Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel where you can actually see the interior of the hotel? It looks beautiful. It's going to be awesome, man. It opens up in August. They're already taking bookings at snocasino.com. Luxury awaits with the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the huge destination spa, entertainment space and convention center, and new restaurants as well. Again, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien. Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
Up play. Air Williamson reels it in.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and a 2-2 on the way to Young. It is strike 3 called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here at T-Mobile Park this weekend as Cal and the Mariners square off against the Twins. The fun starts tonight at 7:10 with the first Mariners fireworks night of the season, presented by T-Mobile. Then the action continues tomorrow at 4:15 and Sunday at 1:10. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats today.
Do you have a car sitting around collecting dust? Well, turn that car into cash at Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your vehicle today, pay you right up front, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share 50% of their profit with you. I'm here with my friend Mark Clymer from Wayscar Ford in Auburn. So, Mark, it's been a few years since you started offering this. How's it going? And how much money have you given back to your customers that sold their cars to Wayscar Ford under this program?
It's going great, Stacy. As a matter of fact, we've given back over $750,000 to the customers that have sold their cars to us on our vehicle profit sharing program.
Wow, that's fantastic. Why do you think it's working so well?
Let's face it, it's Thunderdome out there with all the auto theft, the identity theft, and the other scams going on today. Less and less people are comfortable trying to sell their car themselves. So we offer them a way to get a lot more money for their car without having to go through all the hassle of trying to sell it themselves.
And it's only at Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we're bouncing around a little bit today on a Friday. Should be an interesting one for some open phones, at least based on a lot of the text messages I've already gotten today. We should have some good baseball talk and, of course, some good football talk as well. Brady Henderson from ESPN with us to handle the latter right now. Good morning, sir. How are you?
What's up, Michael? How are you?
You know what? I'm great. It's beautiful. Going to be in the 80s today. Going to be out playing a little golf. Very excited about all of that. And
don't say.
Yeah. Who could have guessed? So this week, not open to the media, but what do you expect? I guess heading into next week when we have an opportunity to see this team in person.
What do I expect? Well, first of all, I expect, just from the looks of it, the attendance is going to be pretty good. And, just from the 2 photo galleries that they've posted so far, going down the numerical roster that I've put together, it seems like pretty much everybody is there, or at least has been there for one of those days. I think the only guy I haven't seen is Nwosu, and obviously he's recovering from the injury. So attendance-wise, it seems like they're doing pretty well, and it doesn't seem like there's, going to be one of those contract disputes like they've had in years past. And, the thing that I am going to be watching next week when they have the first of those 3 open OTAs is I would say the same thing that a lot of people are going to be watching, which is Sam Darnold. And, not that you're going to be able to learn a whole lot from, an OTA practice in late May where, there's no pads on, they're not hitting, they're just now starting to do, the 11-on-11 and 7-on-7 drills, which they can do now that they're in phase 3 of the offseason program as opposed to phase 2. I still just want to see how Sam Darnold is looking, just because as much as I think that can be a really good move for them in making the transition from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold and getting younger picking up a third-round pick in the process, getting what they feel like is a better leader at quarterback. I think there is still a pretty big question of what Sam Darnold are you getting? Are you getting the guy who was fantastic for most of last season and made a Pro Bowl, or are you getting the guy who struggled over those last couple games and obviously, bounced around earlier in his career? So to whatever extent, you're going to learn a whole lot about Sam Darnold. He's the guy I'm going to be watching pretty closely next week.
Well, I love that you talked about the good attendance. You know me, I tend to get myself bent out of shape about people who don't think that voluntary workouts or voluntary practices are a good idea. So I'm there with you. I think that's great that the attendance has been so high. Darnold makes sense, and I'll take him, I guess, away from this answer so you can't use him. Is there anyone else that needs to have a good offseason kind of heading into training camp? Is there a player that might be in a bit of a dogfight for his job or for a starting gig or to make the team? Is there somebody who could really impress and put themselves in a good position with a really good offseason?
I don't know if it's exactly how you were sort of asking this question, but Rick Woolen is the guy that comes to mind. He's part of that 2022 draft class, and all those guys are now eligible for extensions. I have not gotten any sort of indication or any sense that the Seahawks are interested in paying him. So this is a guy who's, suddenly going into a contract year. And it's a position where the Seahawks don't have a lot of depth at right now. So as much as I think they would have liked to, draft somebody maybe on the first couple days of the draft to come in and, really push him for a starting job or start to show that he could be the successor there, they didn't do that. And that wasn't by design. I think that was just the way that the board fell. I think they really wanted to draft a cornerback, and it just never happened. And I would imagine that that's part of the reason why they ended up with Jalen Milroe in the third round, was because guys that they liked at other positions, cornerback and maybe other positions, kind of vanished, off the board in front of them. And so, Rick Woolen, I don't know if he's necessarily playing for a contract in Seattle, but I think he's playing for a contract this season wherever it is. And so he's a guy who, has a chance to really help himself. And, he's one of those guys that has been there, despite not having the new contract. And so, he's a guy that comes to mind.
If he, if they didn't draft a corner, but they wanted to, they've kicked the tires on a couple of veterans, Rasul Douglas, Shaquille Griffin, but they haven't signed either. Is it reasonable to ask if they should be in the hunt for Jalen Ramsey?
Well, I'm sure that with their need at cornerback and with the availability of a three-time All-Pro who's sort of sitting out there and, the team has said publicly that they're trying to trade him, I'm sure that they have looked into that. The problem is he's due to make $21 million this season, and he's got, several years left on his contract, and he's, what is he, 30 years old at this point, 31 years old, excuse me. So
he'll be 30 at the end of the year, 30 in October, but yeah.
No,
or 31. He'll be 31 in October.
Yeah. Right. He's 30 right now. Okay, so but at any rate, he's due to make, I think it's over $21 million this season. So that would seem to be a non-starter. It's one thing if you're talking about 2019. Jalen Ramsey, or even 2020 Jalen Ramsey, but at 31 years old, and he did have I think a solid year last year, but the year before missed 7 games with a knee injury. So you're just not talking about the guy who was the same player as he was a few years ago, and $21 million would just seem to be a non-starter. So the fact that they are looking to trade him, and they seem intent on trading him, just logically, that would suggest to me that they're going to have to do something with that contract, because I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of teams, if any, lining up to pay a 31-year-old cornerback, $21 million this season. So if there's something that they could do with the contract, that's what it would take. Remember, as an example, when the Seahawks traded for Leonard Williams a couple of years ago, the reason why they gave up a second-round pick for, at the time, what was the guy who only had half the season left on his contract, was because the Giants paid most of his remaining salary. So that was just an example of, you can switch up the contract to make it more tradable. And if that's, if it's going to happen with Jalen Ramsey, I would have to imagine that something like that would have to happen.
Okay, so I mean, I probably agree. I that's a lot of money that I would not want to spend on a corner. So let's talk about a better use for that money. How about Trey Hendrickson? Because he's not coming off of a couple of years that don't look as good as a few years ago. He's coming off being the runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. Should you take some of that money that you have in cap space and go after someone who could make you an elite defense on the edge in Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, that one would seem a little bit more palatable to me if I'm the Seahawks. And, it's just – and let me preface this by saying, the reason I brought this up the other day was not because I had talked to a Seahawks source and had heard that, this is something. So this is just purely – my own speculation and looking at a situation where this is exactly the type of move that they've made so many times throughout the years. Taking a guy who was, in a contract dispute with another team, and most often that's been a defensive player with the exception of Dwayne Brown, but, kind of giving a guy a lifeline who's on another team and isn't getting a new contract, and that situation kind of deteriorates to the point where John Schneider swoops in and trades for the guy. I think the thing you've got to note about every one of those situations, though, is that since Percy Harvin, there has not been a single situation like that where they've traded for a guy and immediately paid him. So every time they've acquired a guy via trade, they've made that guy, if they have even ever paid him at all, they've made that guy basically earn that new contract. So there hasn't been a situation where they've traded for him and immediately resolved that contract dispute by giving him an extension. Remember, with Dwayne Brown, they acquired him midway through 2017. He didn't get that contract extension until the following summer. Jamal Adams, same thing. It wasn't until the following summer. And obviously with some of those guys, they never extended them. So unless they're willing to break precedent all of a sudden, and I don't think that this is a situation where they would do that, I think this would have to be a case of things getting so sour between the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson that he reaches a point where he says, okay, I don't need the new deal. I'm just so desperate to get out of Cincinnati, and I'll play the last year of my deal at whatever it is, $16 million. So I think that if this were to happen with the Seahawks and Trey Hendrickson, and again, I have no insight saying that they're even interested, just as pure speculation, but just based on their history, I think that's the kind of situation it would have to take, is them just inheriting the contract as is and then revisiting it once it expires.
Would you be interested if you were John Schneider?
If I'm the Seahawks, absolutely. Oh, there's no question. Yeah, I mean, $16 million. That's why the guy is holding out right now, because he's had 17.5 sacks each of the last 2 years, and he's due to make $16 million this year, which, it's a lot of money for most people. But when you think about where the market for those top-tier edge rushers has gone, Myles Garrett's making $40 million, Bosa $35 million, Donnell Hunter, and I think somebody else just topped that kind of $35-ish million threshold. So Trey Hendrickson has been the most productive guy over the last couple seasons, is looking at that and saying, hey, I'm now due to make less than half of those guys. So the point is that would be a great bargain. Now, obviously, you got to factor in what it's going to take to give up. You wouldn't give up a first-round pick for a 31-year-old player who, again, has only one season left on his contract. But if you could do that for, a third-round pick, knowing that, okay, even if you don't re-sign him, you're going to get, he's going to sign a big deal elsewhere, and you will make up some of that capital, that draft capital that you gave up in the form of a comp pick a year later. Yeah, for a third-round pick to get him for $16 million, yeah, I would do that.
Well, and I wonder, maybe it's a second rounder, something akin to what you gave up for Leonard Williams a year ago. You said 31. I did too, and then Brock corrected me because he, much like Jalen Ramsey, he turns 31 in December. So he plays almost this entire season at age 30, and then you'd have him out, next year would be his age 31, next year at age 32. The whole idea is that pass rushers, start to drop off at 32, right? So I don't know. I really like the idea. I'm with you. I think if it gives you an opportunity to be elite at an incredibly important position on the edge, that changes my entire outlook on this team. And for the Sheil Kapadias of the world, Brady, who we had on yesterday, saying, it gives a C- minus to the Seahawks for their offseason. I don't necessarily agree with that grade, but they make a convincing point that the offense just doesn't look any better than it did a year ago. Well, okay, then go make the defense look better.
Yeah, and to your point with Trey Henderson, he's 30 years old. Remember, he was not like a premier every down kind of guy early in his career in New Orleans. He sort of popped in 2020, the last year of his rookie deal, when he had 13 and a half sacks. But before that, he had only started 3 games. So you're not talking about a guy who has maybe as much wear and tear on him as other 30-year-olds. So does that factor into the equation? Maybe a little bit. Maybe he's 30, but really in NFL years more like 28, 29. And the bottom line is he's played in every game the last couple seasons, and he's been very good when he's been on the field. So yeah, I mean, it's just the exact type of move that we've seen them make many times over the last few years.
I would absolutely love it. I think it'd be so much fun, and I think it gives you an opportunity to be, again, elite on at least one side of the ball. Brady, thank you. I'm sure you'll be out there hitting them straight somewhere today. We'll play, not together. After I embarrassed myself with you last week, that was a terrible round. So I apologize for making you witness it, and hopefully you'll play better than that today.
No, there's no apology. Mike Salk birdied the second and the 18th holes at the home course. And 18 is not an easy birdie hole at the home course. So,
but it was almost worse. I almost wish I hadn't, honestly. Like, it was such a bad round for the other 16. I think I'd been better off saving those for some other time. Brady, thanks, buddy. We'll talk soon.
All right, thanks, Michael. See ya.
There you go. There's Brady Henderson, our good friend from ESPN, and he's with me on the Trey Hendrickson thing. Somebody from Field Goals tweeted at me and said we're on Hendrickson Island together. All right. What do we eat? What's good to eat on Hendrickson Island? I'm in. Tell me about the sights and sounds. Is there good lodging? Do we got a good ocean view? I want to hear more. Right now, though, let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael.
How are we doing today? Oh, I'm great. How are you?
Well, I've flown all over God's great country here in the last 20 years especially. I mean, the Hewitt family, we rolled in the Grand Caravan as we drove to Mountain Home and Omaha and the Rose Bowl. You know, Grandma and Grandpa Peg and Mike loves the minivan, the Dodge Caravan, all that good stuff. But last night, first time in my traveling lifetime, believe it or not, that I flew into Reagan National Airport.
No.
Yeah. For all the years going to ESPN, it was always through Dulles. It was Seattle to Dulles, Seattle to Dulles.
It's a really small runway, so they jam on the brakes.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
yes,
that's like what it's famous for.
But the Potomac, beautiful. Staying here on the wharf. Yeah, really neat. So there you go. Anyway, that's what's going on here. Stayed up to the early hours of. That was a challenging 10th inning, to say the least. Challenging game, but we move on.
Yes.
And we talk football.
Okay, let's do that. I got 3 good football questions for you. I just asked Brady on both Ramsey and Hendrickson. How about you? Push comes to shove. Which is a better chance of happening? A trade for Jalen Ramsey or a trade for Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, I think what a better thing going to happen would be Ramsey ultimately gets cut and they take a swing at him. I don't think they'll give up tremendous capital. We know this. We've seen this. We saw it with Jamal Adams, that when teams put them on the trade block, it's kind of an indicator that this guy is not going to be in our plans. It's the current contract, yada yada yada. And I think of every possible scenario, trading for Jalen Ramsey, waiting until Jalen Ramsey possibly gets cut and signing him, trading for Trey Hendrickson getting a new deal done with Cincinnati. I think the one silo there the Seahawks would fit in is if and when Ramsey were to get cut, I think they could be a player with him. Hendrickson is just going to be too rich. I don't know what Brady said, but that's, I think, my understanding. He is going to be just too rich. And frankly, Mike, there's a few other veteran free agents. If you want the 30-something veteran free agent that's had a lot of production, there's a couple of them kicking around. That are free agents right now, and Clowney and Von Miller.
I don't want that. Nope, I don't want that.
Okay.
I want elite, Brock. I am not interested in another filler. You've got 4 starters at the position. I want great. Yep. I want elite. No, I don't sell me. I have no interest in Clowney. I got no interest in Von Miller.
Right.
No, I want someone who's the runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year last year. That has interest to me. That, to me, would be worth doing. All right, question number 2. Don't make me upset this morning, Brock. I don't need that out of you.
No, I'm not. If I have an hour or two to walk D.C. today, what do I see? Are you a D.C. guy? I forget.
I lived there for a little while, for about 9 months. I hated it. Do
I throw a fishing line into the Potomac and see what I can pull out?
Potomac. The Potomac. I don't know, man. I'm the wrong person to talk to about
All right,
DC.
never mind.
I'm sorry. I got nothing for you. Just go drive around in circles on DuPont Circle. Just keep going and see what happens.
Okay.
Jalen Milroe says he's studying Brock Purdy. Why? And is that a good idea?
I kind of like this, Salk. I like the quotes I saw yesterday. I like the fact that it makes sense, right? Because Clint Kubiak was in San Francisco. These coaches have different cut-ups through the years that they keep and that are they're kind of teaching tape for guys to take a look at. And I think he's the perfect guy for a Jalen Milroe to study in the sense that Daniel Jeremiah talked to us and everybody has talked to us. Jordan Palmer's talked to us about what? Feet and eyes. I think we even did a Blue 88 question like a month ago on what does it really mean to have your feet and eyes connected. Brock Purdy who was the old Mariners pitcher? Vargas? Jason Vargas? Who was the pitcher that wore the bikini underwear?
That was Jason Vargas, yes.
That was Jason Vargas. Remember the conversation you had with Vargas when you were like, hey man, what is it like with Felix and how much can you learn from him? And he's like, yeah, nothing. Yeah, I can't do what he does. I don't have that in my gas can. This is kind of flipped around. This is a Jalen Milroe going, yeah, Brock Purdy can't throw it as far as me. He can't throw it as hard as me. He can't run like me. He's not built like me. So this is like Felix studying Vargas going, but this guy is crafty. And, man, this guy gets the most out of his ability. And, man, this guy fundamentally is so good. And this guy puts the ball in play and puts the ball in motion and keeps things moving forward. So, no, I think that was pretty cool and I think a great case study because Milroe's got all the stuff. Now he's got to learn all the details, and Purdy's, one of the better guys certainly within this system of doing it.
All right, question number 3. Morrison over pretty cool stuff chart on just how much experience the Seahawks draft class has. In fact, the most experience of any draft class. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Number 1, almost 23,000 snaps of experience in this 11-member draft class. Number 1 in all the NFL. From what I understand, that was not let's put an emphasis on this. This is going to be the top of the scouting board now. Things are changing around here. It was much more of just where those players fell within the evaluation, and in particular on their board in the later rounds. I think Cable Dew and Richmond combined for almost half those snaps. The guard from Kansas, guard tackle, in Richmond, the 4-year starter in Iowa. Both those guys starting for 4+ years, Salk, in today's college football, where you don't play 10 or 11 games, you play 12, 13, 14 games per season. Yeah, those snaps start to accumulate. But I love it. I do love it. And I do think while it was not hey, this is going to be at the top of our draft process, I do think when it comes to these systems, when it comes to Mike McDonald's defensive system, when it comes to Clint Kubiak's offensive system, do you know what is very beneficial in teaching all of the intricacies, all of the calls, all of the steps, all of the details? Experience is. And when you've been there and you've done it, there is no substitute for it. So I love it. I've clamored for that for a lot of years. That's the Baltimore Ravens. That's the Philadelphia Eagles. Get me guys that have played at big schools, in big conferences, and lots of snaps. And the Seahawks check those boxes many times over in this draft class.
All right, good stuff. That is today's Blue 88. We got a minute or two here, Brock. I'm going to kind of break down some of what we heard yesterday from Hembo about Julio, but tough loss last night, and kind of came in today and said, look, not all losses are created equal. It's not a must-win game or anything yesterday, but we said it was a big one. And they lost it, and it was, kind of continuing on what's an unfortunate trend here as they've gone 8-11 now over their last 19.
Yeah, and the culprit, and I think why it's a little hard and maybe emotional for some, is the culprit is kind of back to that offense that's feeling and looking and producing with a bunch of the main characters like it did for a majority of last season. So I think that's probably why emotion's a little high in all facets. I would not be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a move made today, whether that's Cole Young or a Harry Ford, who are absolutely on fire. And we've talked about this in the past. It's also a way, when you got 9 top 100 players, Salk, it's like all these draft picks that we're just talking about. And if those guys earn the right through minicamp and through OTA and through training camp and through preseason games, and they're showing you like, yeah, I'm ready to play. I know it's different. I know once we get to the regular season games, it's different than anything I'm doing on this practice field. It's different than these preseason games from a speed and playmaking and talent standpoint. But everything I've done is shown you that I'm ready to take that step. And I think with a Cole and a Harry, those were first-round picks 3 years ago, 3+ years ago. In today's baseball, that's about the right seasoning. You know, could they do it for another month? Sure. Would you like to see that, stack June into May? Sure. But I think with, what you're seeing from some of the fellas at the bottom of the lineup and even a Polanco that just, I don't know, he just looks, unfortunately, not 100% healthy. I think this may give you an opportunity to call one of those kids up.
Yep. I think I'm right there with you. I spent a while talking about that an hour ago, and I think you're 100%. You and I see that one very, very similarly. All right, buddy. Well, enjoy what may be your last broadcast ever. I don't believe that that's true, but enjoy it anyway. Yeah. And have fun in D.C., and we'll chat Monday. And then we'll talk to Mike McDonald together on Tuesday.
Yeah, that will be a blast. And by the way, at like whatever time I landed, 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm walking the hall at Reagan, and a pilot comes over. It's like, this might be your last game. I was just listening to your podcast on the flight out here. So there you go.
The pilot was listening while he was flying?
No, different pilot. He's a private pilot. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I was gonna make me. No one should listen to. I've said people listen in a lot of different places, but. Yeah. Just a heads up warning, please. Government FBI warning. Do not listen to this show while flying planes with people in the back.
No, he was a private pilot, and he was making his way out here for a reunion with the boys. So fun that we have listeners all over and love that guy. Shout out.
See you, buddy. There you go. There goes Brock Eward. And, I think we see that last part kind of the same. I want to come back to some of this sound from Hembo on Julio because still in the middle of it, and I'm going to maintain it. I've said it all along. I'm not going to change my view, even with Cal doing everything he's doing. I do still think in order for this team to be great, they need Julio to be great. And is that happening? I got some interesting breakdown here from a guy who sees it from afar, but I think is pretty knowledgeable. It's next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the hardest thing for coaches when it comes to OTAs?
Offensive line and defensive line evaluation. There are guys who are going to get cut after OTAs, and you really don't know what they can do. It's all about the mental. Can they pick up the box and do the right things when it comes to blocking? But OTAs, I feel bad for the O-line coach, the D-line coach. There's nothing for you there. There's a little bit, but it's not like on the outside of the perimeter.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Car, truck, and boat auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Hey folks, John Curley here. One of the best home comfort inventions of recent time, mini split systems. Now you can enjoy efficient heating and cooling while saving energy and reducing utility bills with personalized room comfort. Call my friends at Home Comfort Alliance for a free consultation, and for a limited time, get 18 months, same as cash financing on all qualified systems. For all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
So what are you reading?
I'm checking out the ratings on the new TVs, and it looks like Samsung, LG, and Sony got the best scores.
Just like last year. What about those new high dynamic range TVs?
They got the highest scores of all, but their prices are really high.
Did you check online?
Yeah, their prices were about the same.
Well, there's one place where we can get a hot deal on those top-rated models.
Where?
At Video Only. Check out the ratings on TV stores.
I see. Video Only scored better than the others.
So, if you want the best deal on the best TVs,
then we should take our TV ratings and head over to top-rated Video Only.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after turning 40, I noticed my libido just wasn't what it used to be. That's when I reached out to Revive Health. Their team knew exactly what I needed, which is why today, my wife and I are both more satisfied than ever.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, text BOOST to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com to schedule your appointment. Message and data rates may apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help. Text stop to cancel. See privacy policy at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy. For info on how opt-in info will be used and terms and conditions at ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of short code service.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Rare and luxurious 100 years of exceptional automobiles is currently on display at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Feel the thrill of racing simulators. It's excitement for all, and out-of-town visitors will love it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Dude, I don't like this at all. I don't approve of this. I would like to be very clear. This is a disclaimer for the pilot who just sent me a selfie of himself, obviously a selfie.
What?
Yeah, more. Look in the text line. I'm not even going to give the area code because I feel like this might be illegal or something. There's a pilot and he's got a picture of him with the little phone out listening to Brock and Salk, and you can see that he's in the air. Don't listen to this show while you're flying a plane, especially if there are people like, passengers. Oh, my gosh. That creeps me out. Please don't do that.
Maybe it's an old picture.
I don't know. I can only hope. Aircraft manufacturers removed the capability for flight crews to listen to AM radio years ago. Well, yeah, all right. But I mean, there's a lot of ways you can find us, not just on AM radio. Maybe you like 97.3 HD2. Maybe you like the podcast, Apple Podcast. Maybe you like YouTube. Maybe you like the app. There's a lot of ways you can find us. It's not just AM radio. Come on now. 808. You're better than that. All right. I wanted to play this sound from Hembo yesterday. I really enjoyed the interview. Yes, he's got a lot of energy, but his comments on Julio were pretty interesting. We just asked kind of what's going on with Julio. I didn't know what kind of an answer I was going to get, but this was about as pointed as I've heard anyone.
I don't have a top of head comp, but I do have a strong feeling, and that feeling is that he is either being instructed to hit incorrectly or he's not adhering to advice that he's currently getting from Edgar Martinez and the rest of the staff. And I want to make it clear, you're much closer to it than I am. I'm seeing this from the opposite coast many times the day after, seeing highlights, watching swings, looking at stats. But there is no reason why that guy should not be a way better hitter. You know it. I know it. And we know for sure that he's able to accumulate WAR because the legs are so good, because the glove is so good. And so the floor is a 5 or 6 WAR player. But we know the reason we dream on him is because the ceiling's an 8 or 10 WAR player. And there's no obvious reason to believe, based on the bat speed and based on any of the other sort of go nuclear times that we've seen him go on, that he can't put it together.
Right. I think that's all really well said. I don't know about the coaching part. I don't know how to know that. But he's right. The bat speed and the power, and when he makes contact, all of that stuff is tremendous. It's the swing decisions. Isn't that really just kind of what it is? It's just swing decisions. He swings too much and he chases too much. That's kind of it. And during a hot streak, he was starting to really walk a lot more, which I think those things are related. I think there's a reason why when he walks more, he's a better hitter. I totally agree on that. So what does he mean about not listening to coaching?
It's very clear based on the numbers that he is timing the fastball to go to right center and timing the breaking ball to yank it. And that is without casting aspersions, is an elementary way of approaching hitting for a player of his stature. What Julio Rodriguez should be doing is, for lack of a better term, positioning his barrel based upon the pitch location and not the pitch height. What he's doing is for lack of a better term, imagine 2 pitches going exactly down the middle. The first is a fastball. His timing is such where he's hitting that ball into the ground because it's beating him to the spot, for lack of a better term. The same pitch, a breaking ball, he's pulling that pitch. And the reason why that's an ineffective strategy for Julio Rodriguez is because the pull side power is so enormous, and when he can get on plane with fastballs to the pull side, he's one of the best hitters on the planet.
So if I'm trying to understand exactly what he's saying there, Lyle, see if you hear it the same way I do. To translate that, I think what he's saying is he's late on fastballs because he's trying to take fastballs to right center, and then he's early on breaking balls, which he's trying to pull. And if I understand what I think is supposed to be the Mariner way under Edgar and Seitzer, et cetera, it's more the opposite. You'd be looking to be on the fastball and then wait and react and take the breaking ball the other way. Is that right?
Sounds right. There's a couple things that go into that. So just looking at Savant, Julio has crushed fastballs so far this year. I mean, he's slugging about 570 against four-seam fastballs, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The other side to that, and more to Hembo's point, is Julio seems to be at his best, at least throughout his career, when he is taking pitches to right center field, when he is staying up the middle / to right center specifically. That seems to be where he's at his best. And if he's late, that's how you kind of wind up getting behind. I mean, sounds obvious, but if he's trying to go to right center a lot and if he's late on stuff, yeah, that's how you could get yourself into a little bit of a pickle.
Because you're already a little late, right?
Sure.
When you're going to right center.
Yeah.
In a good way. You're sort of good late.
Right.
But you're later rather than earlier.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
It's funny that this has been kind of the big debate on Julio almost since he came up, and it's one of those challenges. It almost reminds me of the old like Michael Vick deal when Vick was first up, and people were like, "You got to run him. He's a runner," and then others like, "No, he's got to learn to play in the pocket." Like, there's always a debate until somebody just gets it right and figures it out because they're unique. This Julio debate, I think, has gone on almost since the beginning, and I think it's one that hitting coaches and managers and everybody else have been involved in as well, and that is he better going to right and right center, or are you better off just letting him pull the ball, and the right and right center will come? I don't know the answer to that question. I know that Scott's belief was that Julio was at his best when he was meeting the ball out in front, and he felt like the home run derby actually helped Julio get into the right groove because it was all about pulling the ball that you meet out in front of the plate. That, to me, is a different strategy than looking to go to right and right center. Julio can naturally hit to right and right center, and if he's a little late, or especially if he gets fooled and has to try to hold up on the breaking stuff, fine, you do it then. Here's what Hembo said he would like to see Julio do.
It needs to be a location-driven swing and not a pitch-type-driven swing. And perhaps the reason he does it this way is because he doesn't have good pitch recognition, and that could be something that they could work on him throughout the course of time. But all the metrics suggest he should be way better, and what the numbers say to me is that the way in which he attacks the baseball is backwards. He needs to be aiming for location and not for pitch type.
It's a fascinating view. I don't know what to make of it, but I do want to hear more, and I'm going to try to talk to some people. I mean, I've gone back and forth at times with Julio's hitting coach Ovi. I can ask him about that and see what I get. I'll see if I can talk to some folks in the Mariner organization as well. It's an interesting idea, and we'll see what else we can find. I'll tell you what, regardless of what's happening with his bat, Julio's glove has been tremendous. I am and just what he did yesterday, I thought that was actually a great day for Julio. Plays great center field, as always. Gets hit with a pitch that, when it hit him, I thought broke his hand until I realized that he was kind of swinging his hand, which you're not going to do if it's broken. But obviously, he was in a lot of pain. And then what does he do? Goes out there and steals a money bag. That's pretty good. I mean, it does show you that even when you get frustrated with Julio, and I understand the frustration, even when you get frustrated with Julio and some of the inability to achieve some of that superstar status with the bat, and the bat's still the most important part, he finds so many other ways to impact the game. With his defense, with his arm, with his glove, and then with his legs. I love that about Julio. I love how many ways he can impact the game, even when the bat isn't everything that you want it to be. And then when the bat is, he's one of the best players in baseball. The question is, can you get it to be like that more frequently?
I mean, I'll say he's had a pretty good month, and I don't just mean his 128 WRC plus for the month. Offensively, it's been good, but you look up a third of the way through the year, Julio's on pace for basically a 5.5 win season, if not a little bit more. And he's striking out 18% of the time. That is a huge development.
It's a huge development. He's walking more, and it'd be a 30-30 year, too, just at least based on the projections. And that's before he hits the big hot streak that I think we all believe is coming at some point. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. G. Scott later. Stacy Rost. Oh, we got something to talk about with Stacy. I think Stacy's maybe getting a big head. Maybe Stacy's getting a little bit of a big head. We'll discuss. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's a weekend clash of American League Titans this weekend in Soto.
Hey, fair ball in the corner. Julio around third. He's going to score.
2 of only 7 teams with 30 or more wins, both fighting off challengers at the top of their divisions.
Holy smokes.
Mariners, Twins. Wyman and Bob are live at T-Mobile beginning at 2.
This is long gone over Edgar.
First pitch at 6:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports. Don't miss a pitch all weekend on 710 or the Seattle Sports app.
When the heat's in 11, cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net.
Beat the rush. Act now before summer, because that heat's a real bummer.
DayandNight.net.
Even though our Northwest summers can be spectacular, there's always a long hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. You can stay comfortably cool when those hot temps arrive. This is the time to plan ahead and call us about installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
before the summer heat wave. Keep your house cool and safe.
DayandNight.net.
Save up to $6,000 on qualifying cooling equipment, plus no payments or interest for a year OAC. Don't sweat it out this summer. Stay cool with Day and Night.
DayandNight.net.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show on Friday, June 13th, presented by T-Mobile, after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Strong play call. Triple digits to end it and complete the sweep.
Visit mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets and see the complete lineup of Mariners fireworks nights this summer, including a patriotic palooza on July 3rd and an 80s show on July 18th. Plus, check out everything else on deck at T-Mobile Park, including a Father's Day socks giveaway Sunday, June 15th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and you've heard about my success losing 35 pounds in just 8 weeks with the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan. I know you've heard from Ryan Rowland Smith as well. Well, now I want you to hear from someone just like you, a Seattle sports listener. Chad, who lives in the South Sound, he joins me now. Chad, how much weight did you lose?
I lost about 20% of my total body weight. I was down 43 pounds from the start of the reduction phase till it ended.
43 pounds. My gosh, how'd that make you feel? Would you recommend it?
Fantastic. Confident, first and foremost, for me. Much more confident, and then also just healthier, just easier to do things around the house, easier to do things at work. I would 100% recommend it. I can promise you you'll lose the weight you want to lose.
Well, that's another ringing endorsement for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Yep, Chad started his journey with just a 15-minute phone call. You can schedule yours today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Have the same kind of success I did, the same kind of success as Ryan, and the same kind of success as Chad. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C., results
Results may vary.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
By the way, the responses here on suggesting Stacy's getting a big head are very funny. So we'll address that with her at 9 o'clock. Right now, we'll discuss what happened last night. It wasn't pretty for the Mariners and what I think was a pretty big game for them. That was, we talked about it yesterday, an opportunity for them to beat a mediocre Washington team and kind of get this thing back on track. Instead, you lose another home series. That's 3 series in a row. You've won just 8 of your last 19 games, and it's, of course, the bats that are giving you the biggest problems. You had some opportunities, including bases loaded in the 6th.
Runners their leads, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Gore strikes out the side, and the Mariners leave the bases loaded here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah, that was another tough at bat for Randy, who's had a really miserable month of May, unfortunately, and he's been up in some crucial situations. That was one of them. But they battled back, and credit to Leody Taveras. Came up with a big hit. So did Ben Williamson. Taveras had a tremendous defensive play to throw a runner out at the plate. I love the play that Cal made there as well. But then you get, unfortunately, to the 10th, and things got away from you quickly. Taveras had all kinds of problems with a couple of balls that, they're not errors, but they would have been great plays, but they were both catchable, and unfortunately couldn't get to either of them. They give up a 7 spot in that inning. Here's Dan on Taveras.
Yeah, Leo's one of the big hits for us tonight, and what he has done in the outfield. We've seen him run a lot of balls down out there, and he continues to do it on both sides, and it's been really good to have him as changing over from center field to right field can be difficult, but he's made a great adjustment at it.
Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of tough ones last night, and it gets away from them. They lose 9-3. J.P. Crawford thrown out for arguing a bad call as well. Good news, Astros lose, so the lead does remain half a game in the West, and now you got Minnesota coming in. They're good. They're better, certainly, than Washington is. We'll see what that looks like. Brian Wu on the hill in the opener tonight. We should see Bryce Miller at some point here during the series. The Twins coming all the way in from Tampa, but they did have a day off yesterday, so we'll see what they look like tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Really good news to see Logan Gilbert back on the mound, making a rehab start in Tacoma. Went 1 2/3, couple of hits, 1 run, couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. The fastball in the mid-90s. Looked like the breaking stuff was very good, at least from what I saw on video. Most importantly, he seemed to feel okay afterwards. 45 pitches, so he's going to need a couple more starts before you see him back here in the major leagues again, but that's enormous. I mean, he's the best pitcher on this team. He is their ace. He's the reason Joe Doyle said this yesterday on Bumpin' Stacy.
I'll make this very simple. If Logan Gilbert comes back and he's healthy and he stays healthy and he's the Logan Gilbert that everybody knows, they're going to win the division. I think it's that simple. I think if you have Gilbert and Kirby, who is going to bounce back, and you have Wu, and you have Castillo, and you have Miller, who I think is also going to bounce back in some way, shape, or form. That rotation is too good not to win this team 87, 88, 89 games at a minimum with how the offensive approach has changed.
Yeah, we'll see what that looks like. I mean, I'm with you on the Logan thing. I think he's of the utmost importance for them in the second half of the season. The offense right now is troubling, though, and the approach thing, I prefer the big things. I prefer the home runs and the walks, and when they do those things, they tend to win. The little things are a nice complement to it. Couple other moves yesterday. Casey Lawrence brought back up for depth. Blas Castano option back to AAA. Blake Hunt designated for assignment. And I'm with Brock. I'm very curious to see if moves happen today. It feels like the kind of day that could use them. Maybe it is time for Cole Young. Maybe Jorge Polanco does need to go on the IL if he can't hit right-handed and can't play the field and is one for his last 28. Yeah, I could see a move like that or something akin to it happening today in order to give a little recognition that what's happened here over the last 20 games is not the same as it was for the previous 30 or so. I'd like to see some action taken. I feel like today's a good day for it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken got their guy. It is Lane Lampert. He is going to replace Dan Bilesma, be the third coach in team history. He's done it before. He's been with the Islanders, coached a couple seasons there, went 61 and 46 and 20. So not bad. Winning percentage almost .560. And he was with Jordan Eberle there, the captain of this Kraken team. So you would imagine that they got some level of insight from Ebbs before making this happen. He's crossed paths with a few others, Chandler Stevenson, Philip Grubauer, Andre Burakovsky, in his time in Washington and Colorado. And again, I don't know a lot about him. I was reading about him last night. He's been endorsed by a couple guys that I think have some oomph in the game. Barry Trotz, who was his essential. I mean, Trotz is his guy. Like, they've really worked together a lot. And they won together in Washington. And then legendary GM Lou Lamoriello hired him in New York with the Islanders. And Lou is notoriously impatient with coaches, but had some really good things to say about Lane Lambert. So we'll see where it goes, man. I mean, there's a belief that they didn't get all they could out of last year's roster. I still think it's a bigger roster issue than a coaching issue. But again, time will tell on that. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour in the Brock and Salk Show. We do have the final set in the NHL for the Stanley Cup. It'll be same as last year, Florida and Edmonton, and it would be awesome to see the Cup return to Canada. I'm all in. I'm rooting for Edmonton. I don't know if they're going to win. I think that Florida team is really good. They're really physical, and I think they are like the antidote to Edmonton, but Connor McDavid's really, really good. And especially without Zach Hyman, that really, unfortunately, hurts the Oilers. It would have been nice if they could have come in full strength with all their guns. But, hey, you still got Draisaitl. Obviously, you've got McDavid. You got some other guys on that team. Nugent Hopkins had a tremendous playoffs. Corey Perry. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a really good Stanley Cup final. And I can promise you I'll be watching. I hope you will as well. Let's see. We got G and then the newly, apparently very cocky Stacy Rost going to join us at 9 o'clock. I don't want to say anything yet, but I heard something today on the station that I don't think I'd ever heard before from anyone here. And Stacy may be the first. I'm shocked that she is going. You know what? I don't want to give away anything. We'll talk about it at 9 with Stacy. G. Scott's up next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in the zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ken's Pool and Patio reminds parents swimming is a healthy outlet for kids if we remember to put safety first. Make sure your children are visible at all times by a lifeguard or responsible adult. Sign them up for swimming lessons and provide a flotation device for added safety. Always check swimming conditions in advance and remind your kids to never swim alone. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Ken's Pool and Patio, your family-owned full-service pool company, proudly serving you for over 50 years. Online at kenspool.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and great news this August. Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yes, the hotel is finally opening. You can book now for an unforgettable summer experience at snocasino.com. Breathtaking views of the Cascades in Snoqualmie Valley, an expanded non-smoking gaming floor, awesome destination spa, a 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yes, new food venues, restaurants as well. You can book at snocasino.com, Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Gee, you amaze me. I've got something to say to Stacy. I got a little something for everybody today. I got a little something for everybody here on a Friday. Okay. Stacy's getting a big head, and we're just going to have to talk about it. We'll do that.
Stacy's getting a big head?
Yes.
Really?
I know it's not something you would expect to say about Stacy Rost, but it's true, and I heard something on our station that I was surprised by. So I will confront.
You know it's her birthday tomorrow, right?
I know that, and maybe that's the problem. But I'm willing to confront her. I have that kind of. I owe it to the people to confront Stacy at 9 o'clock. So I'll do that on behalf of everyone, so that Stacy doesn't get too big ahead, because I just think that's for the best. You told us something. Yesterday? 2 days ago? Yesterday.
Yeah. As I was trying to own Brock.
Yeah.
And I was doing a good job, too.
And then it all got away from you. G admitted something to us that, quite frankly, shocked me. That I have some gross habits. Like, I am not perfect. There are things I'm not proud of.
Yeah.
But you admitted to something that honestly is well beyond what I'm comfortable with.
Well, let me give you all context first. Sometimes when people make a little bit of money and they do things, you can tell at one point they didn't have any money. And so I was trying to say that to Brock, and I was owning him, making jokes with Brock. I was winning, and then Brock said something, and when he said it, I had to stop. And I owned myself. Am I right, Maura?
Everybody knows because they tried to train me up for it that I met my boyfriend's parents for the first time the other night. We went to Salty's, and when we were getting up, I was like, the table across from us just left like half of a shrimp cocktail uneaten. Like, who leaves shrimp cocktail? It's not that hard to finish. There was 4 people. Brock said asked if I should have put it in my purse and taken the shrimp with me, which was the weirdest thing.
That was a weird comment.
It's weird.
And then this is how the conversation
Then I made fun of Brock for even thinking something like that, and then Brock goes on to say something about got close to the hotel.
Yeah, a little room service that somebody had left out.
Somebody left out, and he said something that was specific to me. Now, I wouldn't have owned myself if I have only done it once. Look, y'all, I ain't gonna lie. Is there a food out there that's a weakness of yours? Well, French fries is my weakness.
I'm with you.
Steak fries from Red Robin or McDonald's fries. McDonald's fries
Still
being
number one,
obviously. But if there is a second place, them steak fries. So what happened was, I was at a hotel.
See the way my leg was.
I was at a hotel plenty of times, but the last time was very recent. Nice hotel. So if it's a nice hotel, it might be some nice fries. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, the thing is about these fries, and the reason why they were so enticing, I could tell that these folks weren't really that hungry. But when they left it out, you could tell the fries hadn't been touched.
But let me be clear. What's happened here is that someone else got room service.
Someone else.
They ate their room service.
Yes.
They put the used detritus back onto the tray and then put that outside their room for it to be taken away.
Yes.
You walked by and were like, oh, I should eat their fries that they've left here.
I didn't eat them all. I ate some. And so
gross.
Look, everybody.
Weren't they cold?
I mean, they were cold-ish. They weren't that cold. But
steak fries in particular don't age well. Like, those start getting cold. Like, I appreciate that you like steak fries, but those don't age well.
Man, it was just talking to me.
But it sounds like you've done this a lot. Always with fries, or will you go after, a half-eaten club sandwich?
No, I won't do that.
Okay.
That's nasty.
That's nasty.
That's nasty.
So once someone's actual mouth has been on the sandwich, then you're out.
No.
But the fries, which they maybe have touched or licked, who knows what they've done?
They didn't look licked.
You're fine. How would you know?
I don't know. But, have I done it before? Yeah. I have. I would love to tell you I've only done it once or twice.
Yeah.
I've done it a couple times. Ish.
206 says that's nasty, man. My kids are touching all their fries without eating them all. Like, happens all the time. I would not do that. And I'll eat stuff off my floor and stuff, that's gross to me.
But Mike Salk, I've known you now for over 10 years.
Yeah.
There's a nasty habit that you
have.
I
know. I have nasty habits. I've said that. Yeah. I'm open about it.
Yeah.
But that one's gross. That one's too much for me. I'll draw a line. You know who you're like?
Who?
There's only been one person I know in this building.
Oh, Howdy.
Who would
Matt in Oregon just texted. I didn't realize G's middle name was Boy Howdy.
I only know one person who would go to a movie theater, take a large popcorn out of the trash and get it refilled for free.
Yeah, I watched Boy Howdy before at a Mariners game.
Nasty. He's a nasty person.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, I'll admit it. But hey, at least, Lau, I wash my hands when I go to the bathroom. How about that?
All right. Well, that's good to hear. Good for you. I'm sure everyone is happy to hear that. I have one more food-related question for you, but I wasn't sure. Do you want to talk some sports first, or can I get another food question in here?
You want to talk about the greatest macaroni and cheese you've ever
No,
tasted?
well, I want a subtopic of that. Yeah, okay. By the way, G brought in something he made the other day. I like mac and cheese, but I'm not like a connoisseur. I think it's fine.
Most people in your delegation aren't.
Right, I think that's fair. Yeah, like I think mac and cheese is fine.
Yeah, my delegation, it's
more of a craft.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you've mastered the craft, as far as I can tell. G brought in the best mac and cheese I've ever had, and it's not even close, that he made at home with panko crumbs, and it had beef ribs in there, 5 or 6 different types of cheese. It was unbelievable.
Thank you. Now, I got to admit, the panko crumbs is not something that I really subscribed to or did at all. That was my wife's idea on the panko crumbs. So she did it one time, and I'm like, I don't know about this. And I said, okay, if you do it, when we go back to Chicago, we can't let the family know I put panko crumbs
because you're getting
on
bougie.
top. Yeah. No, well, that's not real mac and cheese. It's to the point now, from this day forward, the panko crumbs stay there, and I don't care who knows it or not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. But that's not what I was wanting to ask you about, although it's a cousin to that. Could you sell me, if you wouldn't mind, could you sell me on beef ribs? Because I know you're a big fan, and I had somebody else very recently tell me that they like making beef ribs. It was a Hawk blogger, Brian Nemhauser, who I saw the other day. And he was going on and on about beef ribs. And I asked him to sell me on, and he couldn't because he doesn't eat pork ribs. And I'm a pork ribs guy. Like, I love baby back ribs.
Yeah.
Could you sell me on the beef ribs? Because I've always felt like they're not that good. What am I missing?
You know your best bite on a pork rib? Whatever that was. Because that entire pork
so
rib.
Tender. Pork ribs are so tender, they'll like fall right off the bone.
It doesn't even come close to the tenderness of a beef rib.
What?
It doesn't even come close to the tenderness. Do you like beef brisket?
I love it, yes.
The best piece on it, and by the way, one thing about a beef brisket, there's not all great pieces on there. It's the flat, you get the flat part, which is kind of some dry areas and things, and then get the other side of the brisket. Your best piece of the brisket is the beef rib throughout. And I'm telling you, the tenderness, every single bite. That's one. 2, you don't have to be a pro in cooking it. Tomorrow, you can go and get you a set of some Dino beef ribs.
Okay.
And you can go and do your thing, and you will be good the first time.
Okay.
That's how easy.
So they're easy to cook.
They're easy to cook.
Grill?
Yes. Put them on a smoker.
What if I don't have a smoker? Grill? Are they good on a grill?
I mean, you can.
Oh, geez. I see. It's a snooty smoker thing?
I mean...
Or you're going snooty smoker guy on me now.
Just call it propane beef ribs. You know what I'm saying? I'm
propane. I got natural gas. Come on now.
That's right. You do have natural gas. Yeah. No. Seriously, the beef rib is real easy.
Okay.
Now, the problem is, it's not like you can go to your local grocery store and they have them. A lot of times you gotta
find a butcher.
You gotta go to the butcher. So your boy, I'll be going to the. You know what I'm saying? I'll be going to
which butcher? Because there's that butcher, and I've been to a couple. There's one on Queen Anne. There's one in White Center. Which butcher do you go to?
Well, shout out to my people, Lady J over in West Seattle.
Okay.
Some good folks over there. Get some little stuff over there. Now, it is as far as I go to the Restaurant Depot because, Lillian has her business.
Right.
Her loaf cake
banana
business.
bread.
The banana, yeah. So I go to Restaurant Depot down in Fife, and I go get that good loving.
That's where you get the good beef ribs? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's talk some sports. We've got a few minutes left now that we've covered the important things in life.
Do we still talk sports?
I mean, just a little bit. Not even a lot, but just a little bit.
All right, well, hit me with it. You want to talk about
you want Trey
Brian Wu on the mountain night? Let's go.
You want Trey Hendrickson?
No.
Why?
I don't.
Why not? You don't want to be elite? You don't like elite?
I do.
You don't want to be that good?
I love elite.
Doesn't sound like it.
If you have as many sacks as he had on the Bengals, that means the defense isn't good. The Seahawks have a good defense. And I actually think that the Seahawks, as a matter of fact, one of the things that really has a lot in people excited about this season right now is we know the defense and what it's going to do. We just have questions about the offense. So you bring in him here, he's not going to have the sack total that he had last year There's too much good talent on this team. Example, you go back to the times when the Seahawks were great on defense, Legion of Boom era. You didn't have, other than Chris Clemens, who, by the way, Chris Clemens does not get his proper due, who had four seasons in a row of 10 sacks or more. You don't have anyone with crazy numbers. The crazier numbers you have with sack total, the worse your defense is. The better your defense is, the more it is it's even across the board. So you're thinking him coming in, he's going to come and bring those stats here. No,
I'm not necessarily thinking that. I'm thinking that he is, regardless of that, an elite pass rusher. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
He's an elite pass rusher.
Yes, he is.
I mean, he's had 17 and a half sacks last year. I don't care what defense you're on.
Yes, he is.
That is something very hard to do.
Yes, he is.
I don't think the Seahawks have an elite pass rusher. I think Leonard Williams, he led the team in sacks last year with 11, but he's an inside guy.
Yeah.
And then you've got 4 guys on the outside that are good, all of them. I have no problems with any of the 4 edge guys the Seahawks have. Maffei's good. Hall's good. Played much better last year. I'm hoping there's even more left in him this year.
And they're all getting better because they're on year 3.
Well, Chenna, we'll see, right? I mean, I don't know exactly where Chenna's at. We'll see. And I'm excited about DeMarcus Lawrence. I like that signing as a depth guy. You got 4 guys who are sort of starter/rotational quality. But you don't have any elite guys. None of them are in the same category as Trey Hendrickson.
What does it cost for that?
Second-round pick. I mean, that's what it costs for Leonard Williams at the same age.
And then you're on the hook to pay him for next year.
Yeah, but you just saved a ton of money at quarterback and a wide receiver and a whole bunch of other places.
Yeah.
You still can move on from Noah Fant and his salary, which I'm not convinced is a something they really want to pay. I think you're kind of in a decent position to be able to do this right now.
I don't think so. I think you're in a decent position to do it. I don't think the Seahawks have to do it. This isn't a real, I agree. He is an elite pass rusher. I agree. He would probably be the best pass rusher on this team. I just don't think the Seahawks have to do something like that. It is the equivalent of, you have a nice car. Do you really need that Porsche?
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think you got to be elite at something. You got to be elite at something. The Seahawks needed in 2000.
Leonard Williams isn't elite?
Oh no, he is. But their defense as a whole, I would like to see their whole defense be elite. I would like to. Leonard Williams is unbelievable. Put Leonard Williams on one side, give me this guy on the other with Boye Mafe and some of the other dudes they have. Dude, I'm in. I think that's great. Now you got an elite defense. Now you got to be messed with.
I'd argue. I hear that. I'd argue that this season, this defense truly does have the potential to be elite. Devin Witherspoon, year 3. You got a new rookie safety that's coming in. You got Julian Love still. You got and let's see. Hopefully, would love for Reek Woolen to turn out the way that so many of us believe that he would be. The D-line, elite. Byron Murphy II coming into year 2. Jay Reed just got a contract. He's been in the league for some times. Leo Williams, I'd argue, is probably one of the best in the league. You got Boye Mafe. You got Hall. This defense really does have the potential to be elite. Now, you can't say they're elite on paper considering what they did last season.
Done it yet. Yeah.
But you can see it like that. This is the one. You can look at this defense, and I'm like, when I go into this season, I personally hang my hat on that.
I'm not going to be mad if they don't do it. I don't know whether he's even really truly available.
Yeah.
But man, I like a lot of what the Seahawks did this offseason. That's really what it comes down to. I like their offseason. I don't think they did enough. I'm not saying I like every move they made. I do. There's not one thing the Seahawks did this offseason that I'm like, don't like it. I like all the guys they brought in. I love their draft. I love what they did in bringing in Gray Zabel. I like DeMarcus Lawrence. Okay. I like it. I think they could have done more. I mean, I like the DK move. I like the Geno move. I don't know what Sam Darnold's going to be, but I like the way they handled the process so that if he's good, they're set. And if he's not, they've already drafted Jalen Milroe, and they can get out of this deal after a year, and they can get back into the draft. Like, they've given themselves all of the right flexibility. The only thing I would like is I just like to see more. I don't think they've done enough on the offensive line. And I would love to see just one more stab at being even more elite on defense.
I want to throw this back at you. The Seahawks did a lot in the offseason.
I know.
And when
I know they did.
A lot.
I know.
And before we talk about all of the draft picks and the moves, a lot being DK, Geno, Tyler. That's a lot.
I know
Mike
it is.
Salk.
That's a lot going out.
But the moves, yes, going out, and then of course they made some moves to kind of replace that. So that move right there, just those three and that decision, the decision with Sam Darnold, is going to set up the next 2 to 3 years. That move. So that is enough. I don't want you to do anything. Let's see what happens. Let's see what plays out. Because that move right there. Now, that move of Sam Darnold being in, and then you go ahead, use a 3rd-round pick. You draft Jalen Miro. Fantastic. By the way, man, what a nice family.
Oh, you got a chance to meet the Milrose?
Yeah, me and the dad talked for about an hour. Man, my dude Q is a solid dude. Now, I don't really know Jalen that would met him, nice young man. He came, introduced himself to my wife and everything. But the dad Q, the mom, phenomenal. You know what we spent our time talking about? Steak seasonings and ribs.
Well, sounds like he's a great guy.
We spent a whole lot of time talking about that.
Can I confess something to you?
Talk to you.
I'm so excited about Jalen Milroe, and it's not even right. Like it's over the top. I'm more excited than I should be, and I recognize that. Like I know that there's a long way to go for him to, but like I can't watch him and not think about the upside. And I was a big Jalen Hurts guy when he got drafted. Yeah. I was a big Jalen Hurts fan because of the way he handled how difficult that situation was at Alabama and being benched in the playoff game, the championship game, and they got the revenge the next year when he came back. Yeah. And I felt like there was good karma there for him handling it really well the first time. Just mature. And so I was a fan.
Yeah.
And so I was really happy when it worked out for him. Why can't Jalen Milroe be just as good as Jalen Hurts, except maybe not quite as good a passer, but a much better runner? What am I missing? He seems awesome.
I said something to you the other day. I said to you in there, I said, I'm different. The way I look when I'm over at the facility at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and I see these guys, and they're younger now, and maybe I'm not as close with the guys like I used to be. I mean, back in the day, I would, with these guys, I was drive guys around and hang out at night, all that kind of stuff. But now, today, it's a little bit different. So your excitement that you're talking about with Jalen Milroe, let me just tell you this, right? I didn't have that excitement, right, when they drafted him. Like, oh, okay, that's great. It's cool, right? When I spent that time hanging out with the family, being around Jalen Milroe, talking with the dad and mom and everything, and the way Jalen Milroe came over, he just
Does he
came
tilt
over,
the room?
Jalen Milroe tilts the damn room. The way that he came over and when he introduced himself to my wife and just came, and was just came right over, made sure to introduce himself. Looked sincere, looked her in the eye, no arrogance, no cockiness. The way I saw him, the way he was talking to his sister. I wasn't even going to talk about this on the show, but since you're bringing it up, I became a huge
man, you're killing me, man.
Milroe
you are
fan.
making this worse.
And
you know what you need to do? You need to go the other way. You need to tell me, Mike, he can't throw. He's not accurate. Don't get too excited about this because I am over the moon.
The thing is the quarterback position is so tough. It is the hardest position to play on the field. You literally have the ball. All of this, you have the ball up to about 60 to 80 snaps during a game. But that's just the field. There's a whole nother piece. And this is the piece where so many people don't understand why teams passed on Shedeur Sanders in the draft. Because this other piece is important. And it is do we like this quarterback? Will the locker room like this quarterback? There needs to be likability. Now, Russ was a great player. He was fantastic. Matter of fact, year 1, year 2, year 3, he was doing his thing. Yeah, things got a little weird towards the end, But Russ did have that dynamic kind of personality, work hard, and people loved him because they respected Russ because they saw the work that he put in. Jalen Milroe, y'all, has that. I'm not even talking about the field. I'm talking about that tilt the room. I'm talking about when he walks in a room, he doesn't have to say a word. There are people that you know
has
of
a presence
that just walk in the room and they got that presence. You know who had that presence too? Matt Hasselbeck. Matt Hasselbeck had that same thing. If Matt Hasselbeck comes back right now to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, that entire building will make sure they stop what they're doing to go and see that man. Why?
How much of that does Darnold have? Because he's a guy that, I mean, that's part of the Sam Darnold thing, right? He was kind of revered last year in Minnesota, the story about them carrying him off the field and all that. Like, he's supposed to have a little of that, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You haven't met him yet, really.
I was about 6 feet away from him. He was talking. I saw him. I have not had one conversation with him. I saw him up close, but I don't know him.
Who's had the most presence of any person you've ever seen in your life?
Magic Johnson.
Oh, see, I've never been in Magic's presence. I can only imagine.
I was introduced to him, and he said my name back. He said, "Gee, how you doing,
Oh,
baby?
my God.
How you doing? Hey, where you from?" Magic Johnson made me feel like I was $1 million.
10-year-old Mike Salk is so jealous right now. I can't even tell you.
So I would say
Magic.
I would say
I could see
Magic.
that. I could see that. That makes sense.
Yeah. But now,
for me, it might be Cam Newton. Cam Newton walked into the room when Brock and I were down at the Super Bowl a few years ago, and it was like, oh my gosh, this is just a different level of stardom. David Ortiz had some of that as well, but my God, Cam Newton walked in, you're like, different.
2 years ago, Super Bowl, whenever the Super Bowl was in Vegas, Cam Newton was in line in front of me to Starbucks. And first of all, he's got the biggest calves ever. He is a big man. He is
big dude.
Man.
Big dude.
Big dude.
Yeah.
Anyway, wonderful person.
We got to go because I got to talk to Stacy. I mean, like, I should probably not even give her the full 9 minutes based on how she's getting cocky, man. She's getting cocky in a way that no one else in this building has.
Stacy
I'm
Joe?
shocked by this. Stacy Joe's coming in next. Thank you, G. His show starts in a few minutes. G and Ursula on 97.3 Cairo News Radio. Looks like Angela Russell's in with him today. Stacy Rost in just a moment. I'm Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
He's just eating right now.
Okay.
Cal Raleigh.
I like that.
How about that?
He's in his zone right now, and he's doing it from both sides of the plate, which is the most impressive thing. And he's played every single day, even on his day off.
You do think, like, are you going to get days off? I mean, you're hanging on to Garber to give Cal days off.
Right.
That's the one fear I have with Cal's season so far is like, hey, let's get this guy some time.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Look now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising! After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know! Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit revivemenshealth.com. That's Revive, R-E-V-I-B-E, menshealth.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate it today and get it picked up tomorrow. It's the easiest service out there. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Heward. And Brooke Heward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I did not think that we would have to do this. I did not think an intervention would ever be necessary for Stacy.
What are you talking about?
The great Stacy Rost of Bumpin' Stacy, you hear her every day.
Correctly introduced.
I cannot believe what I heard on the air this morning.
What?
Totally shocked, blown away. Did not know that you were getting a big head, that you had this level of cockiness.
Well,
dare I
okay.
say arrogance?
A little bit, but for what?
I'm
the most humble person I know.
Stacy. Only John Clayton can say that.
God rest his soul.
Stacy. I'm listening this morning in between segments.
Okay.
To one of a commercial which you were doing for Wayscar Ford.
Yeah.
And unlike any other host in this building, John Curley, Bob Stelton, Dave Wyman, etc., everyone I hear, myself included, Brock, everybody, hey, Brock Heward here. Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Hey, it's Bob Stelton. But what do I hear on Wayscar Ford? Stacy here. You've become a one-name person?
First name
You're
only.
like Beyonce or Cher?
I'm
like,
sorry,
what are you talking about?
But if you say Stacy connected to this station, does anyone not know who it is?
I could say Salk. I'm the only Salk here, but still, like.
But I'm so much more important.
Yeah, clear. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I didn't
also,
realize.
that's your last name.
Huh?
That's your last name.
So?
No one calls me Rost.
No, but you're Stacy Rost? I mean, like,
No, I'm just Stacy, Mike.
All right. Well, apparently that's what you
She's
now
a woman
are.
of the people, actually.
Exactly.
She's like
no
Beyonce.
last name.
Uh-huh.
Or the Green Bay Packers.
Or Pele.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, what? I was blown away. Where did that come from? Such confidence out of you.
You know, it's just this new me. I'm just trying to embrace being. This level of fame is weird to just kind of get used to, but
Right.
I think I'm slowly becoming used to being maybe the most famous person in this city.
Kind of feels that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you had a good month ratings-wise. I saw the ratings were tremendous.
Oh, thank you.
And I assumed that they just went straight to your head.
Oh,
and now,
absolutely. Yeah.
Now you're on just one name.
I got recognized by someone at a Target one time, and that was it for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what were you shopping for?
Like picture house good.
Okay.
Decor.
There's nothing worse than getting caught shopping for something that, like, it's not like fully embarrassing, but you don't really want to be shopping for it.
And nothing worse than when you're caught shopping for something or caught being somewhere and you look awful.
That's
absolutely
sort of my
awful. And
life.
you're
I
like,
don't-
no, it's not me. No, I get that all the
For
time.
some reason, I ran into someone who used to work here while I was buying deodorant, and like. I mean, everyone buys deodorant, so it's not like I was buying something weird.
Yeah,
but
there's
I
no
found
shame in
myself
that.
very ashamed by the fact that all I was buying at Bartell's was deodorant.
Did you just look at him and go, this isn't for me?
Yeah, no. I mean, what was I going to do?
It would have been weirder if they made a
would've
comment
been
about
way
how it was for your one armpit.
It's true.
Wait, you only sweat out of one armpit?
My right armpit sweats much more than my left.
Do you know why? Have you been to a doctor?
No, I don't know why. But
Well,
that
go to a
one's-
doctor. Tell them Stacy sent you.
They'll know exactly who I'm talking about. What doctor would you go to for that? A dermatologist?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have a dermatologist, and as Maura knows, any excuse to go see her, I'll take.
Honestly, go straight to the ER.
Okay,
and go
yeah.
to the front of the line and go, no, this is much more. I've been binge watching The Pit.
Should we go
so
ambulance?
I'm very ER-minded.
Just go 911 and see if I could get somebody out to my house to,
We'll
to
just
bring me
throw
in
you
for it?
into one of our cars, and then we'll roll down the window and just yell for other cars to get out of the way.
All right. 253 says, say Stacy. I think Rost. Say Mike. You're like 1,000th on the list. Maybe. All right. There are a lot of Mikes. It was sort of a popular name for a while, but okay. Big game for the Mariners last night. Not a must-win, but as far as big games go in May, felt a little more impactful than some others.
It was the opposite of a palate cleanser.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember, was it 2, 3? It wouldn't have been 22, obviously. What was the season where there was a series against the Nationals, and we got to the end of the year, and we kept looking back and going, you know exactly
That
what I'm
was the
talking about.
one, yeah.
It was that series against the Nationals. And that version was not because they got blown out. Lyle, maybe you remember. It was because they had runners on base so often, right?
That would be 2023 when they loaded the bases with nobody out against an awful team and followed it up the next day by getting shut out by Patrick Corbin.
Thank you, Lyle. Perfect for this. That's exactly the reference I was thinking of.
Okay.
And I hope that this isn't a series like that where you look back and you just go,
Ugh.
it wasn't within reach for you late, but you, God.
I mean, it went to
what a
extra
horrible
innings.
the 2 worst games of the season, easily. Worst series of the season, easily.
Interesting. Yeah, I thought last night was a big game. I was ahead of it. Lyle and I were talking about it. He said it. I totally agreed. And it does make me wonder, is today an action day? We kind of thought you might get an action day a couple weeks ago, right after the kind of not great homestand before they went out on the road. They didn't have action, and then they went out and swept the Padres, and it's like, okay, well, maybe they didn't need it. But you're gone 8-11 here in your last 19. That's almost a 20-game sample size.
Scraping 1 or 2 from the White Sox.
Right. Clearly something's going on
Now, what
with
action
Jorge
are you guys
Polanco.
thinking?
To me, it's a Polanco to IL thing.
Oh, I thought maybe you were talking about a Cole Young moment.
Well, those two things could be connected. Bring up Cole Young and put Polanco on the IL for a
Polanco
little
needs
while.
to go to the IL.
He's won for his last 28.
He needs to go. He
Can't hit right-handed, and he can't play the field.
Congratulations on playing for so long through what's clearly a more serious than expected oblique injury. He needs to go to the IL.
I would tend to agree. I don't know whether it's oblique. I don't know if there's still a problem with the knee. I don't know what's going on with him, but the idea of saying, oh, he's totally fine, which we've heard now from both manager and GM, like, I mean, no, he's not.
Yeah.
He's not totally
not.
fine. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe like as a person.
Yes.
I've only heard good things. At that point, it's like, all right, I would love it if like Justin Hollander would deflect that way. Also great as a person.
Yes.
But if you were to ask, like, so how's this guy? And they're like, he is such a Gemini. He's so crazy. We love Jorge. He's silly. And you're like, no. I'm saying he's not hitting the ball.
How's his knee?
Yeah, how's his knee?
How's his oblique?
So here's my question. So okay, you think that maybe a corresponding move, you bring up Cole Young. The second most popular question that Bump and I get, and I know you guys know where this is going, is Harry Ford.
Mm-hmm.
What do you move him and have him get some work at first? Do you bring him up? What do you do?
I'm there's no good answer to this question. The reality is Harry Ford just doesn't fit very well in Seattle.
You trade him.
I'm looking to trade Harry Ford. So whatever I need to do in the next 2 months to improve his value, if it's bringing him to the big leagues, if it's not bringing him to the big leagues, I don't know the answers to those questions. They would, but to me, it's whatever I can do because he to me is a deadline trade.
You want so here's what's so funny. We're interviewing Harry Ford today. You want me to just go ahead and ask him?
So do you fit here at all? You should ask him if he's coming up tonight. That's for sure. Hey, do you think you're coming up tonight?
Also, you know what's crazy is the last 2 minor leaguers that we've interviewed have been promoted.
Okay.
Logan Evans and Ben Williamson.
So, no, I think a real question for him is, what does your future look like in Seattle, and how did that change after Cal Raleigh signed a long-term deal?
Yeah.
I mean, the reality is there is no long-term other need for a catcher here every day. Cal's doing it.
Yeah.
So, are you going to play another position? Are you comfortable being a backup catcher, or are you going to get dealt? You know, I asked, you remember the name Jed, what was the guy's name, the shortstop? Jed Lowry? Jed Lowry. When Jed Lowry was a prospect with the Red Sox, they had just signed Julio Lugo. And I saw him at AAA Pawtucket, and I asked him that. I was doing an interview with him. I said, hey, what is your future as a shortstop? They just signed Julio Lugo to a long-term deal. And he was so open about it. He's like, yeah, I'm a big leaguer, so either I make it with the Red Sox or I get traded somewhere else. I don't care.
Okay, I'll ask him.
I was just
How
sort of
should
curious.
I ask him in a way that maybe he'll get to answer? We're pre-taping, so
how does it change your long-term outlook?
Okay, we'll ask him.
Yeah,
you guys can.
He's supposed to be a great kid.
I've heard really good things. So, and yesterday we had Joe Doyle on, and I know this isn't about Harry, but he was like, Cole Young looks so phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how you continue calling him.
You know who else looked kind of phenomenal was Joe Doyle. Joe looked pretty good. I saw the video. We played some of the sound today.
You mean just looking handsome?
Yeah, I thought Joe looked pretty good.
We got a text the first time we had him on. He has the same background. It's a bunch of bats on a rack. It looks really cool. And someone the first time we had him on thought they were swords.
Yeah, he just keeps a whole pile of swords.
Just a wall of
You
swords.
just never know. All right. Well, Stacey, that's all we had time for. But
okay.
I appreciate your thoughts.
That's
Good
all
luck
I
with
have
Harry
time for,
Ford.
frankly.
I could tell now that you're a big name around here. Just one name, Stacey. She's just Stacey. I won't introduce you any other way from now on.
That's what I'm going to say to Harry Ford. I'm going to say, I'm Stacey with waist scarf, and when I think Ford, I don't think Harry.
That's why she's now a one-name celebrity. She's just Stacey. You can hear her with Bump coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll be back in just a moment with everything you need to know. And then your calls at 9:30. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and 97.3 HD2.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
The one and only John Morosi is with us. We're trying to figure out what's going to be happening as we approach the trade deadline.
For me, the lineup is still the spot where I would focus on the most. This team has shown they've got plenty of pitching. They always do. The second half of the lineup, for me, is what's going to be the difference between them having a good chance at a postseason berth and a team that can win a round.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you gotta look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Get 0% financing for 72 months on Cat compact construction equipment at NC Machinery. Built for performance, durability, and comfort. Buy now and take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months at NC Machinery.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This just in. The NFL schedule has dropped, and you know what that means. It's go time. Adam Schefter here with the Insider Tip. If you're trying to catch your team live this season, Vivid Seats is the move. For the best selection of games and seats, it's time to snap your tickets up now. Vivid Seats has great deals on great seats and the only rewards program in the game. It's no wonder they're the official ticketing partner of ESPN. So don't wait. Head to vividseats.com or download the app and lock in those game days.
Something amazing is happening in networking. Organizations are scaling with less stress. That's because CDW is designing and implementing intelligent HPE Aruba networking solutions that simplify and secure operations. With automation at the center of your data center, growing pains can be a thing of the past. HPE Aruba Networking and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Aruba.
Hey 12, Steve Rabel here, voice of your Seattle Seahawks. The wait is over, and tickets are on sale now for our historic 50th season. This season is going to be legendary, with past, present, and future colliding at Lumen Field. Get your tickets today at Seahawks.com/tickets.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center, it is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey friends, it's Stacy with a little bit of inside info. I know there are a lot of local business owners listening right now. This message is for you. Wayscar Ford is running great pricing on all of their commercial vehicles, trucks, Super Duties, Isuzu FTRs, box trucks. The bigger, the better, and they have a ton of them. New and used models and a ton of 2025 models. I'm on their website right now. Here's one, $11,000 off. Another for $19,000 off. Wayscar Ford just expanded their heavy truck shop, and there are a ton of opportunities. They're looking for mechanics if anyone listening has heavy truck experience. Join a wonderful company at a dealership that's been in Auburn for 103 years. Take advantage of the amazing inventory and deals they have right now. Commercial sales and service for both Ford and Isuzu. A great option for people, a great option for families, and now business owners. I'm a proud customer. I know you will be too. Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, it was not a good night for the Mariners. Not a good series, as unfortunately they lose 2 out of 3 to a Washington team that you'd really like to be beating. That's not a very good team. They don't pitch particularly well, and you didn't score a lot after that first night. You end up giving up 18 runs in the series as well. That's not what this pitching staff should be doing. It's funny. I actually liked a lot of the moves Dan Wilson made last night. I know there's some folks that are critical of bringing out or taking out the starting pitcher at 65 pitches. As far as I was concerned, third time through the order, best hitter on the team up in a huge spot. He'd already walked 2 batters in the inning. It was getting to be a long inning for him. And you've got Gabe Speier totally fresh. I didn't mind that move. Dan explains why he did it.
I mean, I think, Wood has been very hot, and he swung the bat well, and our bullpen was very rested, and with Gabe out there, who's thrown the ball so well for us, that was, we thought that was a spot for him right there, and I thought Emerson, it was a tough one because he was continuing to throw the ball well, but just felt with that matchup, it was a good time to do it.
Well, it unfortunately didn't work as Speier gave up the big double to James Wood, and then they gave themselves an opportunity. Leody Taveras with a couple big hits. They got a big one from Ben Williamson. They crawl back into it, but they can't score in the 8th. They can't score in the 9th. They go to the 10th, and then things just got away from Colin Snyder very quickly, gives up a 7 spot, and the next thing you know, you fall 9-3, tough one, and one you've got to try to snap and clear with the Twins coming in, but also one where, for me, I think it's probably time to do something today. Joe Doyle was on with Bump and Stacy. We just referenced him. And he thinks that Cole Young's pretty darn close.
So when will I think they see him? I don't think you'll see Cole Young for probably another couple of weeks. Get this kid, more than 20 games of a hot streak. It's his first look at Tacoma. I think he's still 21, 22 years old. So I think if you do this kind of tear for 2-3 more weeks, I think there's a good chance you see Cole Young in a week and a half, 2 weeks from now.
Let's see. Dan lost us this game, says the 206. Munoz should have been back in there. Come on. That's ridiculous. No, I'm not buying that. You got to be able to bring in another pitcher in the 10th inning. I was surprised it wasn't Legumina, but I don't think that's why they lost. You got to score before you get to the 10th, and unfortunately they weren't able to do it. The bats just kind of going cold again on them in a big spot. Astros lose, so the lead does remain at half a game in the West, and as I said, Minnesota coming in for 3 starting tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
What's probably the better news is that Logan Gilbert did have his first rehab start last night in Tacoma. That's great. Gave up a run, but went 1 2/3 innings, couple hits, couple of walks, 3 strikeouts. That's all good news. Fastball in the mid-90s. That's good news. Threw 45 pitches. That's good news. In my mind, great. Probably going to need at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 more starts. I would think it's 1 or 2, and then you're probably looking at getting him back into your major league rotation. And as I said, this is not a situation like George Kirby where he didn't have a spring training to get ramped up. He did. He had a full spring. Didn't end up having a problem until we got well into the season. So, yeah, 2 or 3 rehab starts, and I would think you're ready to get Logan Gilbert back out there, and that's a huge deal. That's, to me, the biggest injury they've got. He's the ace, man. He's the guy who started opening day. This is his team, his year, his pitching staff. So would really like to see Logan back sooner rather than later. Casey Lawrence is back, though, for, I think, a 6th or 7th time this year. Good for him. Blas Castano option to AAA. Blake Hunt designated for assignments.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The Kraken made their hire. They've got a head coach now. It will be Lane Lambert, who's been around for a long time. Grew up in Saskatchewan, played, I believe he was a roommate of Steve Yzerman at one point, and has been coaching forever. A lot of that time spent with Barry Trotz. They won a cup together in Washington. He was a head coach for a little while with the Islanders. Actually had pretty good success in 2 seasons, 61, 46, and 20 before he was replaced by Patrick Waugh. But again, endorsed by GM there, Lou Lamoriello, who's a legend. So I don't have really an opinion one way or another. I don't know a lot about Lane Lambert. He's not one of the big names that was potentially out there this offseason. On the other hand, he's got a pretty good track record and a pretty good resume, so we'll see. That's everything you need to know, and we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. 734 says, I think the more logical complaint is why put in Munoz for 6, 7, 8 in the ninth? Were you banking on Polanco's bunt to get the winning run aboard on the next inning? That's a good point, but I think you leverage your closer. You got to get to the 10th. To me, if it's on the road, that's a little bit different. I see that differently on the road. I want my closer in. See, at home, I want to leverage the closer in the ninth and then give myself an opportunity to win the game without going to extra innings. If I'm on the road, I know I need to score again. I know it's got to go to the 10th in order for me to win. So I would be much more willing to pitch Colin Snyder, Casey Legamina, whomever, in the ninth on the road, because I think Munoz is better equipped to coming in the 10th with a runner on second and getting out of that than either Legamina or Snyder would be. But at home, you got to give yourself an opportunity for a walk-off in the ninth. I got no problems with that. And that part worked. They gave themselves the opportunity. You got to deliver with the bats. And unfortunately, they weren't able to get that done. All right, let's open up the phones. You guys ready? Man, there should be no shortage today. If there's a shortage of phone calls today, I'm going to be very upset with everybody. Well, not really, but I'd be disappointed. I won't be mad, just disappointed. 866-979-3776. Mariners, not in a free fall, but they did lose a really big series here. And I do think it's action day. Would you like to see action taken today? If so, what? 866-979-3776. Is this a blip or is this something more significant than that? The other Mariner question I threw out yesterday that we never really got an opportunity to come back to was, have the Mariners been fortunate so far this year or unfortunate? And I think you can make a pretty strong argument on either side of that. So there's a couple of Mariner thoughts, but I got whatever you guys want. Jump in. 866-979-3776. You want Trey Hendrickson? I hadn't really thought much about him until this week, and I told you Brady kind of brought the name up when I was golfing with him on Friday, and I started looking into it. I'm like, yeah, I want Trey Hendrickson. I'd trade a second-round pick for him for sure. Make your defense elite. 866-979-3776. Absolutely. Seahawks topics, anything you're excited about, things you would want to see here during OTAs. We'll be out there next week a little bit and actually have the opportunity. Going to talk to Mike McDonald on Tuesday. What do you think of these Seahawks? Do you think this is a C- off season? Do you think they're the 21st ranked team in football? Both of those things we saw this week, Sheil Kapati and others saying C- for the off season. ESPN Football Power Index number 21. I mean, look, I don't know that I'm high man on the Seahawks, but 21st after they finished last year as the 14th best team doesn't feel right to me. So you want to talk Seahawks, you want to talk Mariners. If you want to talk Kraken, certainly I'm in. I don't know a lot about Lane Lambert, but if you have an opinion on him, I would be welcome to hearing it. I'd love to hear what people think about him. No shortage of topics. 866-979-3776. A couple people on the phone. We got one or two lines open, so jump aboard right now, and we'll get it together here, and we'll talk for the remainder of the show. It's next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the hardest thing for coaches when it comes to OTAs?
Offensive line and defensive line evaluation. There are guys who are going to get cut after OTAs, and you really don't know what they can do. It's all about the mental. Can they pick up the box and do the right things when it comes to blocking? But OTAs, I feel bad for the O-line coach, the D-line coach. There's nothing for you there. There's a little bit, but it's not like on the outside the perimeter.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
Warmer weather, more sunlight, and your new car. That's right. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, summer starts here. With their combined inventory of new, used, and certified pre-owned inventory, you're in for a summer to remember. Their fantastic teams will set you up with a test drive so you can ride off into that summer sun the same day. Summer starts here at Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton. Whether you're in the north or the south, they got you covered. Visit their incredible showrooms today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen 1 too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Mariners are transforming T-Mobile Park into Seattle's hottest karaoke club for Sing-Along Fireworks Night. Don't miss an incredible post-game show on Friday, June 13th, presented by T-Mobile, after the team squares off against the Guardians at 7:10.
He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big number.
It's your chance to belt your heart out on the big stage to chart-topping hits and feel-good throwbacks. Visit Mariners.com/fireworks to get your tickets today. The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here, and you can book now for an unforgettable summer experience opening this August. Wake up to breathtaking cascade views with world-class dining and play your favorite games. Visit snocasino.com, Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
An Aussie trekker travels to America to hike an epic trail.
It was rocky, it was imposing.
But Eric Robinson never made it to the end. I'm Dave Cawley. Follow my podcast, Uinta Triangle, UINTA, on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
I've always been a super athletic guy, but after I turned 40, I noticed I was slowing down. Instead of hitting the gym after work, I spent my evenings on the couch with a bag of chips. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and when I did try to work out, I ran out of energy right away. One of my buddies suggested I book a free testosterone check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that low T doesn't just impact how guys perform in the bedroom. I worked with a provider to create my custom treatment plan, and today I'm feeling stronger than ever. Last week, I even set a new PR at the gym. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check,
Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, the music, you know what it means, especially on a beautiful summery day here on May 30th. Fella Cootie to take us into the weekend. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, all the above. 866-979-3776 is the phone number. We got some full phone lines. I'm not surprised. They're, by the way, all Mariners stuff. All 6 lines filled with baseball conversation. A little surprised. Thought we might get a little football today, maybe even a hockey call or two. We'll see where it goes, but we'll run down the list. 866-979-3776. Start with Mac in Olympia. What's up, Mac? Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mike. Got 2 M's questions for you. The first one is just why can't Munoz come back out and pitch the 10th, obviously important game last night and had a really efficient 9th inning?
Yeah, I mean, he can. I think that, you try to limit that as much as possible with him. He's only gone more than 3 innings once this year when they felt like they really needed to go to him in the 8th inning in order to get out of a jam. It's a long season. It's May. He's having a dominant season. If anything, I think you're trying to use him as infrequently as possible. But, yeah, I mean, look, it obviously didn't work the way they did it. I was surprised they didn't go with Legumina there. But hey, I mean, like, you got guys on your team, you got to bring them in at some point. I would not have gone with Munoz though for another inning.
Okay, for sure. I know some of the coaching staff philosophy has been that every game is important. I guess my question would be is if this game was happening in mid-September, is Munoz back out there for the 10th in that kind of situation?
Yeah, maybe. He might be. Yeah, he might be if it's September and you're in a dogfight or something like that. But look, I appreciate the 162 battles idea, but you do have to, especially with guys like Munoz, you got to be a little bit careful about how you're using them. I've had questions about Dan's in-game management throughout the year. Last night, to me, was not an in-game management thing. I thought last night they just didn't, unfortunately, take advantage when they had opportunities to do so.
For sure. My second real quick question, Mike, would be just, do you feel like the righty pitchers, the heavy righty pitching staff is a weakness of this team that can get maybe more exposed against the lineup like the Nationals that ran out there the last couple nights?
It's an interesting question. Thanks for the phone call, Mac. Appreciate both of them. It sounds like you do think that's an issue. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Look, starting staff, I don't think it matters. In terms of the bullpen, I have often sort of hoped they would find a complementary lefty to go with Spire. I don't think that, I know he's hurt, but I don't think that Saucedo has been that guy. I think you'd look for an upgrade on that. Yeah, if you were to find the right lefty, power arm lefty who could be a leverage reliever, sure. I think that would help. But I don't think that's like a significant weakness or anything like that. Look, if you're going to make moves, a lefty reliever would be fine. But you know what would be more fine? A first baseman, a second baseman, a third baseman. Like, I think you've got some bigger holes than another lefty in your pen.
Oh, I think reliever is an important thing to add at the deadline. I'm not worried about the lefty reliever thing because my point to that is in 2022 when the Mariners had a great bullpen, remember, it was all righties.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, again, like, it'd be fine. But I'm not like sitting here pining for another lefty. And certainly I don't think that was the problem last night. 866-979-3776. Let me try Tom in Kent. Good morning, Tom.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for taking my call. See, I'm amazed to see batters once in a while will swing at a ball that just dives into the dirt. And to me, it's a wonderful thing to see a pitcher cause a ball to actually dive and hit, go so low.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work? I mean,
how do balls drop?
How do you fake a picture into thinking the ball's going to go into the batting area zone,
right?
And then suddenly drive basically he's golfing.
Yeah, so
amazing to me.
appreciate the call. I mean, a couple of ways. Either you throw it with spin, right? You see how much spin they use on the sliders and sweepers and curveballs. You throw it by pronating on a changeup. You grip it differently so that you're not throwing it as hard as it looks and it dies. Or you throw a splitter, which only rotates a little bit, and when it catches the seams the right way, it drops. 866-979-3776. Let me try Nick in Texas. Good morning, Nick.
Hey, good morning, guys. First off, I want to say I love the content. I'm out here mowing the lawn and love throwing on some Mariners stuff. I don't get much of that down here. It's
I would
all
imagine, yeah.
Rangers and God forbid the Astros. We try to stay away from them. But, no, I appreciate you guys. The Marine Layer Pod are awesome at covering the Mariners. So
wow.
I guess my question, I want to see what you guys have to say, is last night watching the game, fun game to watch. We get to the ninth inning, or the 10th inning, I'm sorry, and you bring Snyder in. And I think I agree with that call to take Munoz out too. I like the role he's in. He's awesome. But you bring Snyder in, he throws one to the backstop. And then 2 pitches later, you get a, I don't know if it was curveball or slider, what he was throwing, but the hitters were on it, and he just didn't have it last night. And I guess I'm curious. Dan Wilson left him in. I love Dan Wilson; he's a great guy. But you leave him in the 10th inning. It's kind of a crucial game. I guess that's my biggest question: is what do you guys think?
Well, remember, you got to leave him in for 3 batters, right? He can't just take him out right away. He's got to leave him in for 3 batters, and frankly, by that point, I think the damage was kind of done. Also, he doesn't have anybody up warming yet because he's kind of given the inning to Snyder. Could he have taken him out a batter or 2 earlier? Sure. Could the game have ended up 7-3 instead of 9-3? I mean, like, at that point, I'm not sure there's really much of a difference. Like, you kind of got to let him finish that. Did you have any issues with that, Lyle? I didn't see anything there.
No, I guess not. Once the game was a little out of hand. Out of hand.
But look, I mean, like, these are baseball conversations. You get to have these, right? I mean, like, and there have been some things over the course of the year that have been confusing. I don't know whether I saw those necessarily last night. 866-979-3776. That clears a line if somebody wants to jump in. We do have at least somebody who wants to talk some football. Sean's in Puyallup. Good morning, Sean.
Hey, good morning, Mike. How you guys doing this morning?
Doing great.
Doing great. All right. So I got a little bone to pick with you about our O-line.
Okay, good.
Person is facing the wrong way. So the O-line, man, guys take 1, 2, 3 years to develop. A lot of these guys are in year 1, year 2, going into year 3. Everyone on our roster between the guards and tackles is just about 24, 25 years old right now. I like the upside on these guys a lot. There's a reason they didn't really bring in these free agents that, these Will Fries and all these guys. I believe in these guys, and, you got to believe in the development of this team.
I appreciate the belief. I hope you're right. I don't have any evidence that you are, and I think that's kind of the problem. I'm not saying you're wrong. I hope you're right. That'd be great. But we don't. I mean, the guy they drafted in the 3rd round last year couldn't get on the field. That feels a little concerning to me, no?
Yeah, no, I feel they were kind of real tough-headed with Laken Tomlinson, really keeping him in there, and then Connor Williams falling apart. That I really was high on him, but him falling out like he did was, man. But I think a lot of these guys showed flashes, especially Lamea. I like what he did. I like what we saw from Jarrell. I really hope we don't get to see Jarrell much because Abe and Charles are going to stay healthy. Don't knock on wood. And getting Abe having a full offseason for the first time since, coming out of the draft healthy is huge. Charles going into his 5th year on that option. I think he's going to play well. Like, so many of these guys kind of have prove-it deals almost, and the sun seems so bright. It might just be Friday.
All right. Well, hey, man, I'm into the idea. I love the optimism. I mean, and there's a chance that's true. I'm not saying that's impossible, but there's not, unfortunately, a great history to back it up right now that says it's going to work. Hopefully the coaching changes help. Hopefully, those guys develop in years 2 and 3. Yeah, that'd be great. But it's such an important position, and they've gotten it wrong for so long that it's hard for me to have that faith heading into it. 866-979-3776. Let me try Jay in Kirkland. Let's go to Kirkland. What's up, Jay?
Hey, good morning.
What's on your mind?
Good morning. So Is it a fair assumption that at the deadline we're going to look for a first baseman and try to offload at least Solano? Is that a fair assumption? Or and obviously we're probably not going to go after stars or anything, but I mean, is that a fair assumption? Or
I think, look, here's the challenge, and I said this. We talked a little bit about the deadline yesterday, and you kind of have 3 to 4, maybe a few more spots where you have flexibility to go bring in more talent. First is definitely one of them. So is second. So is third. And I think, depending on what happens, right field could be another one. Backup catcher is another possibility. I think we got to find out what's going on with Polanco to see what the DH spot looks like. But, first base, the challenge with just replacing the right-handed part of a first base platoon is that they just don't play that much. The Mariners have been, they played a bunch of lefties here in the last week or so, but in general, you're maybe getting 20% of the starts, and then you come in off the bench a little bit. Unless you can find a significant upgrade at first base, a guy who can play both sides of the platoon, who doesn't need to be platooned. I don't know that there's anyone that strikes me as being worth it unless they can do that. The biggest name I keep coming back to for first base, and you need Milwaukee to fall out in order for it to happen, would be Rhys Hoskins. Ryan O'Hearn could certainly play that position. He's been more of a DH this year. But you've got to have somebody who can play it every day in order to make it worth it, because just replacing Solano with a righty who's going to platoon with Rowdy, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's funny. O'Hearn's been way better against righties this year than lefties.
Good. I mean, O'Hearn works for me, by the way. If it's O'Hearn, if it's Hoskins, great. I think those are deals worth making. Yeah. If it's somebody who's, a marginal upgrade, you're just playing the other side of the platoon.
Yeah, it's crazy. O'Hearn's top 10 in the league in OPS right now.
It's a really good hitter.
Yeah.
Has been for a while.
Yeah.
I like Ryan O'Hearn. I like that idea. I like Ryan Mountcastle, too. He's had an awful season. But I like Mountcastle. Those two would be moves I would consider. They're very different types of moves. But both of them would be on my list for sure. 866-979-3776. Let me try Aaron in the Couve. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, good morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to relegate to Stacy's type of status out. You just call me Aaron.
Okay.
Just go with Aaron.
Okay, sounds good.
Anyhow, I need you to talk me off the ledge, brother, because I'm excited about, some of our starting rotation coming back soon. But what I've seen over this last 30 days or so, and as many games as we've lost, I just don't see us still contending with teams in the AL that have better bats. And I mean, what I'm really worried about is not only not bringing up prospects that should be in on our roster, but not even making a dent in the trade deadline.
Mm-hmm. Why are you worried about not making? Why are you worried about not making a dent at the deadline?
Well, because of the status quo that we kept. I mean, yes, I understand we made some great moves with our staff and whatnot, and bringing in Seitzer and whatnot, but not really doing much in the off season. So
I get that, Aaron, but look, I don't know that I'm the guy today to talk you off the ledge as it comes to the way the team is playing right now. I don't think they're playing very good ball. But yeah, the deadline thing, last year they traded for Randy Arozarena, who might have been the best bat to move at the deadline. Right? The year they went to the playoffs, they traded for Luis Castillo, who was the best arm who moved before the deadline. I don't know. I'm not sitting here terrified that the Mariners aren't going to deal at the deadline. Quite frankly, I think they have the opportunity to be very active this year with a tremendous farm system that is not just good but deep. Yeah, I don't see that. I think you've got enough different options and enough different holes, and you've shown at times that you can play well enough that I think these next 2 months are all about trying to fix some of the holes and get better. And I think you do have an opportunity to do. If you're looking for hope today, it should be absolutely that they've got the ability to go try to build on a core that might be the third best team in the American League, even when they're not playing very well. The Yankees are good. The Tigers are maybe very good. Is there anybody else you've seen in the AL that is even better than okay? I'm curious to see the Twins, and I do want to see Cleveland. I want to see Kansas City. All those teams seem okay, maybe good. Houston, Texas, Angels, Rest of the AL East,
Yeah, sky's falling for Red Sox fans these days.
Here's a quick trivia question for you without looking at the standings. How many teams in Major League Baseball have won more than 6 of their last 10 games?
4.
That's exactly right. Can you name them?
That have won more than 6
I just
of their
happened
last
to be
10?
looking at this morning.
Okay. Yankees and Tigers?
Yankees, I think Tigers.
Dodgers?
No. Rays. And Phillies. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Like, there's so much kind of mediocrity in the league this year. And look, the Dodgers will go on a run, and the Padres, like some of these teams are good. They'll go on their runs where they win 8 out of 10. But like 1 week changes everything right now in this league. The Twins have a good week. They pop up 11 in a row, and then they go 5-5 in their next 10. It's definitely a week-to-week league right now. And the Mariners, we've seen them on both sides of it as well. You have the ability to bounce back from this, but it does feel like right now is a time to take some action. Doesn't mean it's a time to panic, but it's a time to take some action. 866-979-3776. Let me go to Jay in Issaquah. What's up, Jay? Good morning.
What's up, Salk? First time, long time.
Appreciate that.
I had a kind of an observation last night at JP's at bat when he got thrown out from that absolutely ridiculous call.
Bad call.
The ump clearly had a bad night on both sides. But when JP gets thrown out and Dan comes out, part of me kind of wants to see Dan. I just want to see that it's in him, that he can fire up the squad and protect his players. And I felt like that was an opportune time to do so, especially how they've been scuffling. And I know he's not Lupinella. He never will be. I'm not asking him to be. But once in a while, I'd like for him to show that it's in there somewhere.
Were you watching last night on the Root broadcast or the FS1 broadcast?
Root.
Okay, so I was also, but apparently on the FS1 broadcast, Eric Karros was doing the color and basically said exactly that. He was pretty surprised and critical that Dan didn't show a little bit more fight on JP's behalf in that spot. I kind of thought the same thing. Now, look, he got tossed, 2 days ago? So it's not, I mean, he literally has just done that and oddly defending a Randy Arozarena deal that was not a bad call. Like, it was actually a good call, and he's sort of maybe a little snake bit from that. But yeah, I was surprised. I was surprised he wasn't out there a little quicker. I was surprised that he wasn't kind of getting between them and surprised he didn't kind of continue on JP's behalf. Maybe there's a good reason for it. I don't know. I don't know that that's going to be Dan's strength. He's a pretty mild-mannered dude. I mean, that's what people like about Dan. But yeah, I was surprised. And I always wonder how the team will handle that. But they got to, look, you got to be yourself. You gotta be true to who you are. And Dan getting thrown out all the time is not true to who he is. That's just not who Dan Wilson is. Pretty mild-mannered guy. 866-979-3776. Let me try Paul in Renton. What's up, Paul?
Hey, Mike. Happy Friday to you.
You too.
Hopefully you golf well this weekend. I want to give credit to Kevin Seitzer because I think he may have unlocked something on Leotis Martin. Last night, 3 for
Leotis
4,
Taveras.
14. My bad.
No, that's all right. You're confusing him with Leonis Martin, who used to play the same position for the same team. Like, it's very easy to do. I get it.
So easy. Yeah. So, I mean, he's in the last 2 weeks, he's had a really strong last 2 weeks. He went 3 for 4 last night. And could you imagine this team if we had to plug Canzone in there instead of Taveras? It'd kind of be a tougher watch. And his athletic ability in right field is a lot better other than the last inning last night. But I think Ben Williamson has also been another guy who's been okay at third base. I mean, he is a rookie, still hitting 254. I know you really don't like batting average as much as some other stats, especially Lyle. But I think if you're still hitting the ball and you're getting on base, you're handing the bat off to the next guy. And I'm not so sure that they'll hand something or that they'll look for a third baseman in the infield at the trade deadline because of Ben being a rookie and how great a defense he's playing and still being able to put the bat on the ball.
You know, Paul, let me jump in on a couple of those things. First of all, I've actually been surprised. I like Ben Williamson a lot. I've not been as impressed with the defense as I thought I was going to be. Hasn't been bad. I have not seen the Gold Glove caliber, like, oh my God, best in the league right away that I thought I was going to see. I don't know what the metrics show on that, but I was a little surprised. I thought we were going to get even more from a defensive standpoint. In terms of his at-bats, you're right. I don't care that much about batting average, but the quality of at-bat, I agree, has been excellent. He does not give away at-bats. He's a grinder. He's gone out, and I think, actually, you're right. He never looks over his head. He never looks lost. He doesn't have bad giveaway at-bats. Doesn't mean they've all worked. He's never going to be, in all likelihood, a great hitter. But, no, I'm with you on that. Third base is not like the biggest need, but that's not to say you couldn't bring in a third baseman. If you had an opportunity to find the right guy, you pull the trigger on that immediately.
And in Ben Williamson's defense, this is not saying that long-term he cannot be a great defender. And if you want one example, Bobby Witt was maybe the worst defender in baseball his rookie year. Now he's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it just takes a little time.
And I'm totally open to that.
Mm-hmm.
Just hasn't been as good as it hasn't been bad.
Right.
I thought we were going to see, like, Brooks Robinson, and we have not seen that. I don't think it's been that. But I like the caliber of the at-bats. I like the way he grinds, and if that's who he is as a hitter, great. I like that near the bottom of the order. I think that's okay. That doesn't mean that, like, I'm settled now at the third base position forever. Not quite. 866-979-3776. Can we grab one more? All right, we'll grab one more. Matthew and Kenmore. Matthew, you get the last word.
Good morning, Salk. My question is, you hear a lot of rumors that Jerry Dipoto rubs his peers the wrong way, other GMs, senior players, agents. How much of that is having an impact on the Mariners' ability to make good trades in a seller's market? If you're Baltimore and you're weighing two very similar offers for one of your bats, and one of them is a guy you just don't like, why wouldn't you tell the Mariners to pound sand?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Matthew. I just don't know. I mean, the evidence I have in front of me just says they've made a lot of deals. Jerry's reputation aside, Trader Jerry was the nickname forever and ever. I don't know enough about Jerry's reputation outside of here, but regardless, it doesn't seem to have affected his ability to make a tremendous number of trades over the course of his time here. He's made a ton of them. So unless you think something has changed drastically recently, I think Jerry's got a pretty good reputation for making deals because he's willing, and I don't say this as a negative, he's willing to give up a lot. He doesn't feel like he needs to win the trade. If I'm looking for the best, one of the best things I can say, there are a few really nice things I could say about Jerry Dipoto. What he's done with the farm system, what he's done in the drafting world and elevating some of the people there, it's unbelievable. One of the things I would say that I think Jerry does very, very well is he's willing to make deals and he doesn't feel like he needs to, like, destroy the other team. He's willing to make a deal. He's willing to not have to win the trade. You can argue that sometimes it means he hasn't won the trade, but ultimately I think it does make deals pretty possible. So, no, I don't think that's a big factor. Just me. Appreciate the call. Appreciate all the calls today. A lot of good Mariner stuff today. We'll see if today's an action day. We'll see if there's a move to be made. See if there's something to change, because I don't know that you can keep going down the same road. On the other hand, as we've said, week-to-week league, man. Everything can change in the blink of an eye. Either way, we're going to bring Shannon in to spend an hour talking about it on Monday from 8 to 9. Tuesday, Mike McDonald will be on the show. Looking forward to that. OTAs will be open to the media next week, so we'll have some eyes on the Seahawks and, everything else you've come to expect. So have a great weekend. Enjoy the good weather. We'll catch you guys Monday morning at 6 a.m., and until then, the hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
It's the next phase of the Seahawks offseason. OTAs.
Jansen, he's going 40.
And Seattle sports is all over it.
The Seahawks, they're into it now.
The one thing about Mike McDonald is he knows exactly what he wants to do.
Wyman and Bob are live from the VMAC. Monday beginning at 2. Complete insider coverage at seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports YouTube channel, and the Seattle Sports app. We are the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, May 31st at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Spring is here, and I know you want to look and feel your best as you head into this new season. Are you tired of the roller coaster of losing weight just to see it all come back again? Maybe you've heard about the new drugs but are concerned with the possible side effects, or you're taking weight loss drugs but also want to learn how to change your lifestyle for long-lasting results. We can help you. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here with Ryan Roland Smith.
Thanks, Mike. I've been hearing for about 2 years now how you did the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan, and you lost a ton of weight. So I decided to see what the program was all about, and I'm so glad I did. So far, I've lost 30 pounds, and my only regret is not starting sooner.
Join the thousands of people who've lost 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. It doesn't matter where you live. You can do our program in person in Kirkland or all remotely. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in. From every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
Tough play. Air Williamson reels it in.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch and a 2-2 on the way to Young. It is strike three called and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here at T-Mobile Park this weekend as Cal and the Mariners square off against the Twins. The fun starts tonight at 7:10 with the first Mariners fireworks night of the season, presented by T-Mobile. Then the action continues tomorrow at 4:15 and Sunday at 1:10. Go to mariners.com/tickets to lock in your seats today.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Step back into automotive history at LeMay, America's Car Museum. The current exhibit, Rare and Luxurious, features 100 years of exceptional automobiles, including stunning classics to beauties worth millions. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating racing simulators and lunch in the cafe. It's a must activity for out-of-town guests, friends, and families. Plan your visit at